Lane, do we have Beth's microphone, or are we going to take that one?
I just, yeah, we can take that.
Councilor McCarthy,
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, if it's possible, I'd like to offer a few opening remarks.
Sure,
about
just
the
somebody-
overall budget. Yep.
Call the thing.
Yep.
City of Salem, May 25th, 2022. City Council Committee on Administration and Finance, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole, met on Tuesday, May 31st, 2022, at 6 p.m. for the purpose of discussing the fiscal year 2023 operating budget and capital improvement plan. Specific department heads listed below. Members of the public may attend in person or remotely via Zoom by going to the website link noted below. Please click the link as appears on the city's website, and you enter the password 651209. Go to the website, https://zoom.us, and to join. Enter the meeting webinar ID number 8997032-6796, followed by the meeting password as directed to above. Or telephone participants can dial the number at 877-853-5257 or 888-475-4499, toll free. When prompted, enter the meeting/webinar ID number 8997032-6796, and then follow the instructions to join the meeting. For those dialing in, you may press *9 to raise your hand to speak. If signed up for public testimony or to participate in the hearing portion of the agenda, if applicable. Every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we are unable to do so, matters not requiring a public hearing, we will post on the city's website, City of Salem's website, an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of the proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. Persons requiring auxiliary aids or services in effective communication, such as sign language interpreter or an assistive listening device or print material in digital format, or for a reasonable modification in program services, policies, and/or activities, may contact the City of Salem's ADA coordinator at 978-619-5630 as soon as possible and no less than 2 business days before the meeting, program, or event. On tonight's agenda for tonight, we have the mayor, legal, human resources, police, fire, harbor master, public services, engineering, and capital improvement plans. City Council Committee on Administration, Finance, co-posted Committee of the Whole, met in council chambers on May 31st, 2022, at 6 p.m. for the purpose of discussing the matters listed below. Notice this meeting was posted on May 25th, 2022, at 3:49 p.m. Currently absent is Councilor Watson Felt. As a member of the committee, she's on her way. Also joining us is the Council President, Councilor Marcillo, Councilor Cohen, and Councilor Dominguez, and Councilor Varela. Before we get started, with us tonight, we have the mayor and the finance director, Anna Friedman, with a whole bunch of other department heads all coming in to present their budgets, but seeing no objection, first we'll open it up to the mayor to give a brief overview of where we are and how we got here with this budget, and then we'll start right in on the departments.
Thank you, Councilor McCarthy.
You have to turn that on.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilor McCarthy, and members of the council who are here this evening. I just thought I'd give you a couple of brief points relative to the proposed budget that's before you, and thank you for the time that I know you're going to put in reviewing departmental requests. I do want to recognize Anna Friedman and the finance team for the work putting together this budget. This is a new format that we're using. For the newer councilors, you won't recognize it as a new format, but for councilors who have been here for a while, it still details all of the specifics by line item of expenditures, but it's meant to be a little bit easier to read, and certainly it's easier for us to put together. I also want to recognize the hard work of our department heads who work diligently to prepare their budgets. You should know that the budget before you, I should give you some of the bare bones facts for folks who are at home. The proposed FY23 budget is $188,157,261. That represents a 3.4% increase over last year's budget. If we took the school's budget alone, the proposed amount is $68,747,963. That represents a $2,150,044 increase, or 3.2%. And you should also know that there are a number of school-related costs that do not appear in that $68 million figure. health insurance for teachers and school employees, school capital, any of the back office costs that we have relative to finance and others are not including, along with the city's Essex Tech Assessment, is not included in our overall public educational spending. The proposed enterprise funds, which fund water, sewer, and a portion of our trash, will increase $335,929, or 1.7%. And the increase in this proposed budget are right around our historical averages. We try and do our best to limit the increases. In fact, as you go through the expenditures, you'll see most of the items that are increasing in budgets are things that are tied to fixed cost. As in prior budgets, about $1 of every $3 of spending is on fixed cost. And our fixed cost alone, our anticipated increase of $2.5 million in fiscal year '23. The department heads who have worked, I think, diligently to put together their budgets, you will see that they have been trimmed. Unfortunately, we're not able to always say yes to every request that comes in. The budget before you is about $2.2 million less than what department heads submitted to me and to our finance team. Some of that was zeroing in on what actual cost would be, but some of that, frankly, are things that I would love to say yes to, expenditures that we could use, but we're trying to be mindful of the impact of increases on homeowners and taxpayers as well. We're always trying to find that balance between meeting the needs of constituents while also, recognizing as cost increase, it has an impact on homeowners. Where possible, we certainly strive to leverage grant funds and federal and state dollars. This includes ARPA this year. You will note a number of our one-time capital costs are coming from our ARPA funding rather than add them on to existing debt or our capital outlay. So we do have what I call a higher pay-as-you-go approach this year to meeting our capital needs tied to using those one-time resources for one-time expenditures. That will help save us as interest rates are going up. They're still reasonably low, but we are mindful that if we can pay for some things up front for capital projects that are on the books, it's one way to take away some of those debt costs. This is an increase. This is a year we are seeing increased debt costs for things we previously agreed to purchase. I know that we have a number of departments here this evening, including Public Safety and Public Works. And I just want to recognize that we also have a budget brief for anybody who's watching at home. This can be a little unwieldy to go through, but if you go to salemma.gov/FY23, we put together a sort of an executive summary that has some key facts and talking points with respect to the budget that might be of interest. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to be with you this evening. I'm going to try, as usual, to attend as many of the budget hearings as I can. And again, really want to thank the team of department heads who continuously, strive to do more with less, are really advocates of trying to find ways for us to be more efficient in our operations, and spending time with all of you to not only talk about their budgets, but share with you some of the goals we have as we think about this document being more than just a set of numbers, but really values for our community as we approach the work that is so important that residents rely on every day. So thank you for the opportunity to be with you this evening, and just want to once again really recognize Anna Friedman. We still don't have a deputy finance director who started yet, but that person is coming on soon. Tomorrow, all right, day one starts, which means I think the whole entire time you've been here, we have not had a second, and that means there's a lot more work put on Anna from putting the budget together to the day-to-day running of the finance team. So I really want to thank you for the extra time. There's a lot of late nights and weekend work that went into the budget and the work that we have going on, and just grateful to be with you and happy to answer questions and move forward in any direction you'd like, Counselor.
Thank you, Mayor. Let the record reflect that Councilor Watson-Felt has joined us. I see that Eileen Sacco has her hand up. Eileen, do you have something to say before we get started? Or do you just inadvertently have that hand up? Maybe it's just mine. Oh, never mind, that was mine. Sorry about that. I got rid of it. So we're going to take out of order. We're going to start. We're going to let the mayor go. Now she has her hand up. You don't have to have your hand up now, but thank you, Eileen, for joining us this evening. Eileen Sacco is at home. She is the budget clerk for the budget, and she's taking the notes. So that's one less thing that I don't have to do. Thank you. With us tonight, we're going to take out of order. We're going to go to tab 10. We're going to take legal first. So with us this evening, we have Beth Renard, And so, Beth, if you would, could you just give us an overview of your budget and where we're at and how we got here?
Sure. Can you hear me okay, Counselor?
You got to really talk into it.
The legal department is comprised of myself, the city solicitor, full-time. We have a paralegal. We have the clerk of the licensing board. In addition to that, we have a new position, the director of diversity, inclusion, and equity. She started a couple months ago. We also have two part-time solicitors, Vicki Caldwell, who is a .8, and then Sharon Lubis, who is a .5. You will see in the budget that we have the salary for the DEI director. We had budgeted it last year at $75,000. We weren't able to find anyone with the experience that we were looking for, so you'll see that that salary is slightly higher this year. In addition to that, our paralegal serves as the public records officer, and that has become quite a bear of a job, and so the mayor was willing to increase that salary for us, so you'll see that stipend is increased as well. In addition to the salaries, we have limited expenses. You'll see our legal services, which is our outside counsel budget. We primarily use that for experts in the legal field. We have an expert that we're using on Mansell Park. We have an expert in the bankruptcy case at Footprint. And a lot of the funds are used for surveys or some remediation work that needs to be investigated. We have some smaller items such as advertising, printing and binding, office supplies. Dues and subscriptions was increased this year. We had to add another attorney onto our Lexus account, so you'll see an increase there. And then judgments, the $4,000 is level funded, and that's the fund that the OLA committee uses to settle claims. So that's a general overview of the numbers within the legal and licensing budgets.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions for Beth Moran? Council Dominguez not being a member of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and being a member of the committee. I want to thank the legal department, Beth, for her work that she has done. But I have a question in regard to the increase in salary. Can you please, through you, Mr. Chairman, tell us what is the increase that management by you, your department, have received in percentage for the non-union employee? We know that the last project, the City Council voted to have a salary, and this time, Mayor proposed, what is the proposed 2023 budget salary that we seeing, that we expecting?
So the non-union employees received a 2.5% increase in April, and this budget reflects a 0.5% increase over that number.
She said that the non-union employees received a 2.5% increase in April. All the non-union employees in the city got a 2.5% increase in April, and then, as this budget reflects, a 0.5 increase on top of that starting July 1st. Is that correct? I heard that correctly.
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the only thing that, and this is mostly pretty straightforward, but the Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, just curious if there's a rationale for why that falls into legal, if that's typical among communities. I think typically in the private sector you see that in HR, and just from my own knowledge.
So the way that we drafted the job description, we wanted that person to be able to participate as part of the legal team in any investigations that we might have relative to discrimination cases. I found that that's helpful in the past, and we have someone who's not HR, who is independent and can investigate and have confidential conversations with any employee that might have an issue. So that's the primary reason.
Thank you.
Can I just also add to that? I think the other important aspect of having Rahina in the city solicitor's office is the weight that that brings to the work that she's doing. From trainings that we're undertaking, from the opportunity to recognize that this is an important position and one that, you know, when the city solicitor calls a department head, you're going to be getting a response. We want that same approach here for Hina's work, both whether, like I said, is it's training and upgrades, but the opportunity to know that this is a priority for the administration and for our community. And I think it, not to say that HR doesn't have that same approach, it's just a little different. This is, for us, a race equity task force, a commission that will also be in place, the Race Equity Commission. So it felt like to us to be both a mix that would ensure that you'd still have the HR connections that you might need, but to add additional prominence to the work that's going to be needed in our community as employers. As we think about procurement, it really runs across multiple spectrums of departments, from HR to procurement to trainings within multiple departments.
For the record, someone, not that I usually pay attention to these things, but someone, because it's council-related, they can't hear you, on Zoom, they're having a little trouble hearing you, Mayor, so you have to really almost like...
Eat the microphone.
Eat the microphone,
Got it.
yes. I'll entertain a couple more questions, but just for clarification, when I look at this budget, the council approved, and I can't believe I have to put these glasses on. When you look at the Director of Diversity and Equity Inclusion, last year when we developed the idea of adopting this, we came up with a baseline of 75,000 but when we hired the position, it's not like the person just got a big raise. It's just that when they came in at that number. They never were at 75. That was just a placeholder in last year's budget?
Yes, and she came in at 85.
Okay.
In April.
Okay. All right, fair enough, thank you. Councilor Watson-Felt.
Thank you. First, my apologies for being late. I had a neighborhood meeting tonight. I appreciate your patience. The second question is, Mayor, you just referenced the creation of the DEI Commission. Will those be paid positions, and are they reflected in this proposed budget?
The commission will not be a paid position. The commission that was approved by the city council that we set up, it will be a typical city commission, will not be paid. We are talking about having affinity groups within City Hall, staffing, and doing work that's a little bit deeper that we could see some stipends being attended to, because we think that's going to be work that folks are going to be doing outside of their normal job opportunities during the day.
One last question. Rahina came in at, it sounds like Ms. Renard just said, $85K in April. So what is the expectation of that increased bump for fiscal 2023? She hasn't, no offense to her at all in any way, shape, or form, but she's sort of just started. Generally, you get your first bump in the following fiscal after you begin.
Right. Ms. Renard can answer that.
Yes, so that amount that's listed there will take effect after, in 2023. I believe we set it up on January 1. Right. We negotiated her salary. I don't want to get into all the particulars, but that was a concession.
So just make sure everyone could hear, she said it would take effect January 1. Thank you for that clarification.
Anyone else? Council McLean, then I'll get back to Council Dominguez, not being a member of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to our city solicitor, I wanted to ask about the legal services line in your expenditures. I noticed that as adopted in 22, it was $70K. It was adjusted upwards, and then it seems like the actual, at least, is trending well below that. So I'm curious where that difference comes from and why it's still being budgeted at 70 when it seems like it's coming in well below that now.
So I can tell you that the 83,000, the 81,000 you see in the previous fiscal year was as a result of the Ryan case. And for whatever reason, Copeland and Page is very late in billing. So I haven't even seen the March statement yet. So that is a reflection of, Copeland and Page is one of the firms that we use predominantly, and their billing is very slow. So what will happen is in in June, I will push them to get the bills updated. And then in July, we have the opportunity to pay one more set of bills for the June 30 ending. So it always runs late, unfortunately, because of the billing situation.
Okay, so there's a hit yet to come.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Anyone else? Council Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to have final question for the city solicitor through you and maybe the mayor. In your initial comments, Mayor, you mentioned that 2.5 million is being less this year based on the fact that there are some cuts. In those 2.5, there's any amount being cut to the legal department that we can actually know exactly that's going to, in a way, not help the legal department to do the full capacity this year based on the fact that we are in a very inflationary economy. Everything is changing. Can you specify to us, well, if the legal department is being hit by the 2.5 million and those items so we can be aware of what's going on?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Dominguez. Yeah, if you look at the proposed budget, each line item will have the fiscal year 2023 department proposal, then a column next to it that says fiscal year 23 mayor. So you will see any of the changes that may have been made, what that cut may have been to. We are still providing a level service budget, so we are not necessarily reducing what we did this year, or next year we won't be reducing what we're doing. What we're unfortunately not able to fund all of the requests that came in. So people who are looking to, hire additional personnel, put in place additional cost factors. Some of it were things that would be nice to do, but we are, again, trying to balance increases with our community's ability to pay. But they are outlined in every single department budget. You will see whatever I reduced from a department head request.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Since this is a new budget, and it's a new format, on page 510, under budget summary, under FY 2023 from the mayor, I'll be looking for a motion to approve personnel expenses in the amount of, in that column, 467,040, and then if you go directly down below that, in the 79,600, and then the department total. So that's typically the way we approve a budget. We approve each part and then the total for the department. So it's the layout's a little different this year. Typically, I would find that at the end, it's kind of tucked away at the beginning, so we have to kind of pay attention to where it is. So at this point, if there's no further questions, I will take some motions. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the personnel budget in the amount of $467,040.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the personnel budget for the legal department in the amount of $467,040, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Councilor Hapworth.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget in the expenditures side in the amount of $79,600.
Councilor Hapworth moves to move the budget for legal and the expenditure side for $79,600, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect it was 5 in favor, none opposed. Councilor Hapworth.
What will be the next one, Mr.
The
Chair?
total, right below it. The department total.
Where is that at here? Oh, there
It's right below the
I'd
7.
like to approve the amount in $546,640.
Thank you. Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the departmental total in the amount of $546,640, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect it as 5-0. Thank you, Beth, for coming in tonight. Next up, we'll have Human Resources, tab 11, just right down the line. With us tonight, we have Lisa Camarata, who is taking the microphone and moving up to the big desk.
Come on over. You just push it, when it goes green, it will be live. Can you hear me?
You really want to talk loud?
I tend to have a very loud voice anyway, but
Okay. It's not, it's for the people at home, not, we can hear you, but the people at home can't.
okay. Good evening. Can you, I have to get used to this, I'm sorry.
It's all
A
right.
little technologically challenged at times, as my friends can certainly attest.
When the first meeting, someone came out and told me I wasn't loud enough, I was like, what?
Oh, yeah.
So, you can be, try to be as loud as you can. Thank you.
All right. That might be a little easier, because I have a few notes, so that's good.
She's going to bring out her inner Barry Manilow right now.
Wow. Fanalo. She's a Fanalo. Yeah. Sorry. That's pretty funny. I am.
There you go.
Hi, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. So we're doing human resources. I think I've interacted with many of you over the last year or so, and, you know, we've been on Zoom, so it's good to be here in person. Our department, we have 4 full-time employees. We have myself. We have Alicia Brady. She is our office manager / I like to call her my assistant. We have a benefits manager, Jim Teliadoris, and a personnel assistant, Amy O'Keefe, and also the part-time switchboard operator falls under HR as well. So our department, we're responsible for posting jobs. We've been posting quite a few over the last year. I don't know if any of you have noticed, our website is filled with positions. It's been a very challenging year as far as hiring is concerned. Posting jobs, hiring, we do have some infrequent terminations, unfortunately. We deal with employee relations, some conflict resolution, and pretty much anything that has to deal with our group of, you know, all just city employees, which is kind of nice, because I sort of have a set group that we interact with. A lot of departments deal with the city as a whole, which I do get to as well, but what's nice is we have a sort of a finite group of all of our employees. So it's a nice arrangement. Additionally, Human Resources is responsible for our workers' compensation program. We have claims that were, when we were self-insured, that we still administer, as well as all of the claims that come through since we joined the Maya Workers' Compensation Insurance Program. We also administer unemployment, which we will talk about later. We also administer the health insurance, which is the biggest chunk of my budget, life insurance and dental insurance for all employees and all the retirees. So the one group that we don't administer for are just active school employees, but then once school employees retire, they funnel over to the to our side of the house. And that's pretty much what we're responsible for. As I mentioned, it's been an interesting year. Hiring-wise, I think some of my fellow department heads here with whom I've interacted over the last year would agree. It's been a little difficult. We started attending job fairs. We're going to actually have our own job fair. I'm looking forward to doing one this coming year. We've had job fairs over at the Department of Public Services. We're partnering with Mass Hire down the street to sort of put together a pathway training program as we bring in employees, especially down in our Department of Public Services, to help them, new employees, laborers, get licenses. You'll see that my educational budget, I've asked for a little more money this year so that we can assist with CDL trainings and certifications. We have implemented an employee referral program so that, you know, we tell people, you know, you like working here so much, we'd like you to have your, you know, tell your friends, you know, your neighbors to join our team. We have implemented a sign-on bonus. You know, we've just really had to think outside of the box ever since, you know, the great resignation that we saw after coming off of COVID. As I mentioned with workers' compensation, we used to be self-insured. You'll see we have the workers' compensation premium in my budget. As I said, we administer the tail claims, which are claims that for employees who are on permanent and total disability, we still pay those workers' compensation salaries. We're required to do that, as well as the workers' compensation medicals for that.
Unemployment, I did mention, we keep an eye on that. That falls under my budget as well. I think that we can live with, there's a slight decrease in that this year. I think we can live with that because, interestingly enough, the unemployment rate is dropping, yet we're still having a hard time hiring, so it's sort of a catch-22. And then I think we'll talk about health insurance. We get to it just because it's sort of its own animal, the way that I look at it in my budget. That's,
Yes, thank you. For the record, the Human Resources Department is broken into like 4 different sections, one of which is the department itself, and then you get into the workman's comp and the health insurance. So right now, what's up first is just the department itself, which would be the office-related expenses and the personnel. So, anyone have any questions? Councilor Dominguez, not being a member of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to entertain the same question. Thank you so much, Mr. Colorado, for coming in front and explaining. And I know that through COVID, it's been hard to get in personnel, and I think you're doing the right thing by having it fair. But my question to you, Mr. Chairman, is due to the fact that it was an increase on the last budget, 2022, can you please tell us if there is any, what was the percentage increase that your department receiving each employee based on the fact that the proposed budget for the 2023? The reason why I ask you this question, I think I'm going to be asking to every department, is because I want to make sure that everyone feel appropriate based on the fact that the economy is changing. We want to make sure that everybody feel that they're receiving the increase, and the public know that we as a city are treating our employee in the right direction that most of the cities in town are doing it. So if you please elaborate a little bit on that, if you have any employee who have increased, and what was the increase that they received based on the proposed budget 2023? Thank you.
I just wanted to start answering that question with a little bit about the process that we use when we're putting together the budget. This year in particular, we really have been up against it with respect to hiring. I just mentioned that we still don't have our deputy finance director starting yet. That's a position that's been vacant for over a year. Now, we have a number of other positions that remain unfilled. We also have been seeing other communities fairly aggressive with trying to poach our employees. As part of that effort, we did 2 things this year that are not that unusual. One is what we do every year, which is a salary survey, really trying to get a better handle on what's happening with respect to our department head salaries. Are we keeping up? We typically don't want to be at the top of the market, but we certainly don't want to be at the bottom at a time when employees are pretty valuable. I talked to my colleagues, both mayors, city managers. It is the worst hiring environment for municipalities that we have ever seen. When you hear from police and public services, you are going to hear similar concerns that we can't hire people fast enough, we can't find people to hire fast enough, and it's a complete 180 from where we were as a municipality, and I think any municipality was just a few years ago, where you would put out a job ad and you'd have 10 people for every job that you had, and now we might have 1 person for every 10 jobs that we put out. So we have to be competitive. This year we did 2 things that are different. We do a salary survey every year. We want to see where we are with department heads. If we're off, how do we catch up so that our department heads aren't being poached, and frankly that we're paying people and rewarding them for hard work that they're doing. We saw a lot of our departments and positions that were not where they needed to be, and frankly, in hard to fill fields, that's very concerning to us. So you will see adjustments in salaries, and we'll go through that. The other thing we did this year is we started our increases earlier. We normally would have an increase that happens July 1st. Our exempt employees, we made increases effective April 1st. So we took that last quarter to try and bump people up a little bit sooner than they might normally get that cost of living adjustment. And that was done in a way that we didn't actually have to come in here and ask you for any money, because we have so many vacancies that we could actually pay for that with the vacant positions that we have. So it didn't cost us any more this year. We were able to put a little bit of money in people's pockets earlier than the typical July 1 COLA. That was a 2.5% increase. And starting in July, you'll see employees that are traditionally getting 2.5%, and you will see phases up from that, some getting 3, some getting 5, some getting 7, sometimes even a little bit higher. I'll call out the veterans agent who he's not on tonight, but the veterans agent was woefully underpaid in comparison to other communities, let alone the outstanding work that he did. And while we can't catch him up in 1 year, we are trying to make a significant increase in places so that not only that we don't lose people, but folks are doing good work. When you have less people working, everyone is doing jumping jacks to keep up with the demand. So in this particular instance, the HR director is getting a 7.5% increase, a $7,500 increase, I'm sorry, and the other folks in the office are getting a 2.5% increase. Am I right on that? Why don't you go ahead and say that, so we want to be clear and accurate.
Hopefully folks can hear me through my mask.
You have to talk a little louder, please.
So, 2 staff in this department are retaining their cost of living adjustment from April. 1 additional staff is getting an additional 2.5% to reflect some additional responsibilities. So that's reflective of the workload that staff is taking on. And then the HR director is getting the increase of $7,500, which is in order to bring that salary up more commensurate with the salary survey results that we two salary surveys, one in the winter and one this spring, and it's quite a variance in that for that role, and so there was an effort to try to adjust to make that more reflective of the positions in the area that are similarly funded.
The actual amounts are in the budget. If you look at the detail on the salary page, in this case, it's on page 519. You can see what the differences are. Council voted for FY22 would be the current salary, sans that last quarter 2.5% increase, and then the department request and what the mayor's proposed budget would be the last column.
One small, just clarifier on the comparisons with the budget last year to the budget proposed for next year. We're budgeted at 52.
You got to really get closer.
I'd have to lose my mask. Last year, we were budgeting at 52.1 weeks because of the timing for the payroll. This year, we're budgeting for 52.2. So the salary that you're seeing for FY23 is just slightly overstated because there's an extra sort of payday there.
Okay. Fair enough.
And that has happened in the past, we pay on Thursdays, and when those Thursday weeks count within any given year.
Council Dominguez, any further questions?
I just wanted to clarify my thought on based on the answer that you gave me. It's based that across the board, everybody receiving the increase that is being proposed on 2023. So every department, specifically in this department, everyone received an increase.
Correct. Everyone will be getting a minimum 2.5% increase.
Okay.
Right. Any exempt employees, some of our bargaining units, we're still in negotiations with, but for the most part, that's the number that we use as a placeholder. But you will see increases for specific department heads or positions that might be higher than that, and that would reflect 2 things. Either a salary survey that showed they were not being compensated at a rate consistent with cities of similar size, or they're taking on some additional workload, additional tasks within that department.
Thank you. Thank you.
Council Collin.
Thank you,
Member of the committee.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy. To Ms. Camerata, I noticed you at quite a few Commission on Disability meetings. Could you talk about how you and your staff supports accessibility and the ADA issues in Salem?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I'm sorry.
Oh, I've noticed that you facilitate the meetings and do a lot of work. I was just trying to get you to talk about some of the work you do with the disability community.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I misunderstood what you said. So, yes, I am fortunate in my position that I'm also the ADA coordinator appointed by the mayor, and in that role, I participate in the meetings, the Salem Commission on Disabilities. And so, I mean, that group does terrific work. I mean, I feel fortunate to be part of it. I know you've attended many of our meetings, and I think our liaison is Councilor Riccardi. She's been with us for a couple of years. With respect to... Are you talking specifically my staff or the group? I think. So as the ADA coordinator, Lisa goes to all the Disability Commission meetings, helps facilitate those. She also responds to employees who make requests for accommodations, for anyone who needs to comply with our ADA requirements as an employer. I'm sorry, Council, I wasn't sure if we were tying the commission with my staff. I mean, my staff, you know, the mayor's correct. We get any call any call regarding any type of accessibility issue is funneled to my department. My staff is versed in it, knows to contact me, we work on solutions together, that sort of thing. Again, I apologize.
Council Varela and Councilor McLean.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy, not being a member of the committee, through you to Ms. Camerata. I just had a quick question on the budget detail under 5300 purchase of services. The jump from 9,000 to 12,000, I'll be brief about this. What mostly is the extension of that? Is it the federal motor carrier, just compliance? I mean, what's going up on that? What does that specifically cover? Thank you.
No, that's a great question. We do pre-placement physicals for all of our all employees coming on, and those are $155 to $165 per person. And we do them for everybody coming on board, the full-time employees. And I can tell you that this year alone, we probably had maybe 3 or 4 of those, that even after we've gotten to that point, the person refuses the position. So we just need to, you know, and that cost, I mean, we can't really waive that. I mean, we definitely need to do that, and I'm anticipating that cost to increase, but it's at least a minimum of 155 to 165. That's really what's driving it.
If I may follow up.
You still have the floor.
Thank you. So what I've seen in the past with private businesses doing is, if someone completely commits to the position, then they will have to, on their own, go for the medical card exam, and at that point, the city reimburses them upon what they spent. I'm just an idea, because I know there's a lot of hires that come on in, you have the drug test or the physical test, and then they don't actually show up. So I've seen that done in the past on a personal business level, and it seems like it works, and it saves a lot of expense. Thank you.
Thank you. Council McLean, I'll take my.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Lisa, thank you for being here. I was going to ask the same question that Councilor Varela just asked, and actually concur with the conclusion. I do a lot of hiring for my private life as well, and we likewise tend to try to push all of those costs to the back end after you've got a commitment from the person. Otherwise, it just costs you money in the churn. But that said, I wanted to ask you about some of the comments that we heard a little while ago as we were discussing the legal budget. Some comments came up relative to the placement of the DEI director in legal. So now I'm going to ask you some of those questions from the opposite direction and ask you about how the onboarding of the DEI director is changing the processes in human resources. I get really itchy when I hear the word compliance. I know that's what legal is about, but compliance doesn't really drive culture change, and that's what I'm really hoping to see out of a DEI director, is not just make sure we're doing the minimum, but make sure that we're actually shifting forward. So I'm curious to know who, if it's you or somebody else, but who is kind of running the point on that relationship, how it's infusing the HR processes, and whether the sort of educational training component of this budget reflects the need to provide new kinds of learning about new ways of working to the existing staff. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, it does, actually. I'm very excited that Rahina is on board. When we were in our interviews with her, I mean, you know, she's going to be a tremendous resource. She already is. We've already had some preliminary meetings. You know, you mentioned compliance. I think compliance goes hand in hand with education. You can't be in compliance until you know what you need to be in compliance with. And so she has a super fresh perspective. I mean, she has a great background. You know, I've already worked with her, as I said, on some plans we're working on for the future. We have an anti-discrimination statement. We've got a training program scheduled. I'll be part of that, you know, with the employees, and, you know, sort of every step along the way, and I want her to be part of, as I put in my, my goals and objectives as the onboarding process, you know. Once we hire somebody, you know, and I'm finding this happens, right? Once we're done with the interview process and we actually do bring somebody on board, I mean, I know their cat's name, I know what kind of a car they drive, I mean, we in HR know everything about that person and what has brought them to us, and I think that, you know, we need to go a couple of steps further to really become even more inclusive, you know, and now that COVID is over, or at least sort of in the rearview mirror, we might be able to do some employee engagement and some interaction. I mean, I want to, you know, for lack of a better word, a party, and in employee engagement, so we can get people together so people know who they're working with. Do you know what I mean? I see Rahina's being part of that as well, sort of, you know, helping us, you know, integrate and bring, as we bring new employees on, to get to know everybody. You know, it's interesting. We would hire someone over at 98 Washington Street. That person may not have any interaction over here at 93, yet we all work for the city of Salem. Do you know what I mean? So I think now that some of the barriers from COVID are broken down, I mean, we're here in person tonight, that's going to allow us to, you know, foster those employee relations and have people feel like they're part of a team, they feel included.
You all set, Counsel? Counsel Merkel, and then I'm going to get Counsel Riccardi, who has her hand up.
I can also add just one more piece to that. Part of, you know, you did mention training, so I do have money in my education line. We would use some, those funds will go for any trainings that either are offered through the legal department with Rahina, for the diversity and equity and inclusion, and we'll partner with that. So that will also be part of my budget. We'll work together on all of this.
Thank you. Counsel Merkel.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy. Yes, I just want to comment on the increase in the education training. I just want to support that. I think that's really positive, and I think with the discussion on how important it is to try to retain employees, and it's not always about it is about salary, but it's also about feeling you're respected and treated fairly and with dignity and being part of a team. And I think adding these funds and the focus on that in this category, as you explained it, is a great idea, because I think we have to start thinking out of the box to appreciate employees. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Counsel Riccardi. Can you unmute yourself? There she is. You're muted.
Can you hear me okay?
Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for allowing me to attend remotely tonight and tomorrow night, too. It's great that we can still participate in these meetings, not being in the chamber. First, if I may, I'd love to make a comment about my exciting weekend reading in the budget book. I just want to comment, I believe Anna's there as well, on the new format and the information that was presented in this year's budget book was just, I really enjoyed my Memorial Day weekend reading. It was great. So thank you for all of the information that was presented in a really clear manner. I appreciate it. My two questions for the HR department, well, really one kind of comment / question. The first one is regarding those new hires. I mean, it sounds like you've had a very busy year. I know, you know, being in the private sector myself, it's definitely a challenge all around, new hires. In your narrative, you noted that you helped or were involved in the hiring of 250 employees since the past year. That number sounds insane for a staff of 3 that you have. Does that number include the school's new hires as well? And also, I'm just wondering, I don't know if you have off the top of your head how that number is in correlation to like previous years, what our average new hire numbers tended to be. I'm just curious, like, how much of a jump that's been.
So that number is really high this year because we all of the part-time employees that we brought on during the elections those all ran through payroll this year. And so all of them came into our department. So I mean, when I do a report through Munis just to look for new hires, that's why that number is so high. But a lot of them, a good chunk of those were the election workers. And also, we do bring on a lot of seasonal employees. We have a lot of seasonal employees in our harbor master, at our park and recreation, down at the golf course. We have a lot of seasonal staff. So they still all, while we don't, maybe I'm not, maybe our department, we're not specifically involved in the interview process, but every one of those people comes through our door so we can put them through our payroll system to make sure they get paid correctly and on time.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Chair, I had one other additional question. Through you, to Lisa, similar question regarding the purchase of services. I noticed the increase from 9 to 12, so then it made me read the description. And I was just curious about the drug testing and what drug testing do we do on our employees or new hires?
Counselor, could you speak a little? Could you just repeat that? I didn't hear all of that. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me okay? I had a question on the purchase of services. It notes that you have custom drug testing. Do we drug test all of our new employees, or is that specific situations that we would do drug testing? I'm just curious about what our procedures are for that, or policies.
So our pre-placement physicals do include a drug test, but this is also, this is the random drug testing. It takes place usually 4 times a year, and it's random for anyone, our CDL drivers over at the Department of Public Services, as well as CDL holders over at the school department.
Thank you.
Are you all set, Counsel?
Yes, thank you.
Take your raised hand, punch it down, perfect. Now, see when she does that, I can't see her. Here, but whatever. Anyone else? Sorry. There she is. Anyone else? Any further questions? Seeing none. Page 518. I just want to say, Council Happy, you're my go-to guy on this right now, all right?
Perfect. There's got to be one every time.
Yes, exactly. Council Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the personnel budget in the amount of $538,894.
Council Hapworth moves to approve the personnel budget in the amount of $538,894, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. Thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect the 5 members of the committee voted in favor. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the non-personnel budget in the amount of $31,800.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the non-personnel expenditures in the amount of $31,800, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect it was 5-0. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the all-out budget in the amount of $570,694.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the budget, the total Human Resources Departmental budget in the amount of $570,694, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect it was 5-0 to approve that. Workman's comp. Lisa, we're going to explain to everyone why we're self-insured workman's comp, or what are we?
No, we used to be self-insured.
No, I know. So for the clarification.
Yes, so we have been with Maya since, I believe, 2008, and we have a few claims that we still administer, which is why part of this budget has workers' comp salaries. You'll notice there's 3 sections to this. So the workers' comp salaries, those are for our, there's 5 former employees on that that are still receiving salaries from us on a weekly basis. We're required based on, they're on permanent and total disability payments. That number we really do too much with. There's an increase to it because there's a cost of living increase. There's a multiplier that comes out every year right around October. And last year, I believe it increased the budget, increased that the weekly salary by a little over $243. And so what happens is we need to account for that. Right, 1 year the multiplier dropped the salaries, and then a year or 2 later, the multiplier came up higher and bounced those up, so we have to account for that. The other piece is the workers' comp medicals, and so those are for the medicals that those employees, those former employees still incur that we're required to pay. And then the other piece is the workers' comp premium.
Thank you. Anyone have a question? Seeing none. Councilor Hapworth. You have to do it twice, actually. It's kind of redundant, but it's just the way it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the amount of $539,730.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the workman's comp expenditures in the amount of $539,730, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed, the matter carries. Councilor Hapworth. Department total, please.
Where's that at?
Right below it.
Oh, same. Okay, got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the amount of $539,730.
Thank you. Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the department total for workman's comp in the amount of $539,730, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect it shows 5-0. Let's see. Employees' insurance benefits.
I think unemployment.
Oh, the mayor put her glasses on, so that means, I think she wants to go first. Oh, I'm sorry, I went too fast. We missed unemployment compensation, sorry. Back on page 524, my apologies.
So interestingly enough, unemployment is usually something that's a budget buster for us, but I think we can live with this decrease because we just don't see the claims that we used to have. We've had a few terminations where we actually protested claims and we prevailed, and right now the maximum benefit is $974 a week. So that's a victory for us when that happens. Right now, you won't see an increase, you won't see an extension on the number of weeks. Usually it's 26, capped at 30, but it will go beyond that once the unemployment rate in Massachusetts hits 5.1% or higher. Right now, I looked at the statistics, I think it's 3.8 or 4.1, it's pretty low, considering where we have been, like 2 fiscal years ago at 15%. So I think we can live with this.
Does anyone have a question? Councilor McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, there's not that many lines here to look at, so you can probably guess what I'm going to ask. There's a huge difference between what was requested and what was awarded. What's going on there? Why is there such a large variance between the 300K that was asked for and the 250 that was sort of agreed to?
Well, I mean, my typical request over the last couple of years in the $300,000 range, and I think there have been years in the past where I've had to come in and explain why I needed another 100 to 175,000. We're just seeing a change. There's just a trend, and I think that, as I said, I think we can live with this. We're just not seeing the claims that we used to see, and the ones that we have seen, we have protested and we've prevailed. And a lot of the there was a lot of issues with 2 years ago. I can't remember, the last couple of years are a blur with unemployment, but we had processed over 200 fraudulent claims, so we were very concerned. All of those claims have shaken out. Our credits, we got our credits back from the Department of Unemployment, and I believe we can live with this. I just don't see an issue on the horizon. I just don't. Just based on what I've seen over the last 15 years doing this. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, but I'm comfortable with this. I mean, we're only at 126 now, and, the fiscal year is almost up.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just build off of that and say, like, the reductions in force just aren't happening. We barely have the staff that we need right now. And a large portion of this budget, frankly, is school department related. If you looked at our unemployment claims, the largest number of the claims come from school staff. And they're also understaffed, so it's not the same typical, rotation with folks who may be leaving, maybe qualifying for unemployment based on,
them meeting the requirements under the law. So we were able to shave something off of this with the expectation that we're not going to need it next year. If we do, we'll have to come in for a supplemental, but I think this is a pretty consistent number based on the pattern we're seeing, both this year and, what we anticipate for next year.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Watson-Felt.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy. To that point, Mayor Driscoll, with regards to the supplemental, where would $50,000 come from if we needed it?
So we would take it either out of free cash, once free cash is certified in November, like, there's no way we would need to hit that before the end of the calendar year, or we would take it out of a stabilization account if for some reason it needed to be sooner. But typically, as we said, looking at the pattern this year, we're actually probably going to be returning dollars back to free cash as a result of not fully expending this. And again, 85% of this expenditure is from the school department. So they're the ones who are usually in a position where somebody may qualify who's no longer going to be working for them.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Councilor Riccardi does not have her hand up. Anyone else? Seeing none. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve expenditures in the amount of $250,000.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the unemployment compensation expenditures in the amount of $250,000, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect I saw 4 hands plus my own. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the department total of $250,000.
Councilor Hapworth further moves to approve the department total in the amount of $250,000, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? The matter carries. Thank you. Now we go to employee insurance benefits.
So this is a big chunk of the budget. We try very hard to keep this number down, but it's just, it goes up. We are in our last year with the Group Insurance Commission. It would have been last year, but there was an issue with the utilization data that we got, and any municipality that had a chance to, quote-unquote, get out ended up staying, so we're in our last year. And so we are working with our Public Employee Committee, which is made up of representatives from all of our bargaining units, as well as a retiree representative and myself. And we are looking at our utilization. We've requested it from the Group Insurance Commission. I expect that to come hopefully by the end of June. We'll be meeting with different carriers. We're going to invite Blue Cross Blue Shield, the big carriers along with the current ones, and we may go out to, we'll look at what, they'll look at our utilization, we'll go out to bid, and if we see that the numbers fall where they should, we may be looking at a different carrier for the next year. So this is our last year with the GI, well, this is our last year before we go into another contract. This is an extension of our 3 years, and then the picture could be very different a year from now.
Thank you. Does anyone have a question? Council McLean.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy. So being that we're going to be going into contract negotiations of a sort, does this cost represent only the yearly cost? Are there cost of landing that contract kind of built into this? So in other words, will this be a similar number the next year? Is this an all-in cost, or are there some other things here and then we can expect it to come down the next time?
That's a great question. This is just for this year, for fiscal year '23. The concern that we have if we were to leave the Group Insurance Commission is that a company may come in and be very, very attractive, and then we're based on our own utilization for the following year. So that is the scary piece, right? And if we do leave the GIC, we're out for 2. So, actually, we're out for 3, I'm sorry, we're out for 3 years. So we have to be very careful, even if a company comes in, everybody likes the Blues, right? Everybody wants to know why the Blues aren't part of the GIC. When Blue Cross comes in, if they do, and offers a very, very attractive bid, the following year, we're on our own. And then the third year, even if they say we'll cap you at a percentage for the second year, that third year could just be mind-blowing for a lot of people, and, not only for employees, but obviously for the city as well. So what's nice about the GIC is everybody has an opportunity to choose a plan for themselves that they like. You can take a small network, you can go for small HMO, you can take an indemnity plan. There's a choice, which has really worked out well for people, and I think that we just need to take that into consideration as well, because health insurance is near and dear to everyone, and it is something that we really need to be careful with. Even if we do look at making a change, we have to be just very, very careful with that, and be methodical and educate, as we talked about before.
Great, thank you. I'm certainly not cheerleading for the GIC, by the way. I've had both in the last 3 years. I've had private, I've had GIC, which ultimately ended up going to the same provider anyway. It's been a challenge. So I think you're smart to go out to bid and see what you can get.
We have a really good relationship with our PEC, and we have professional assistants that we work with reviewing these plans. Remember, it's not just employees, it's also retirees. There are close to 2,000 people impacted by this decision. Retirees, some of whom don't even live in the state anymore, so it's also, what are their offerings? So the benefit of the GIC is the array of plans that they offer. There are definitely drawbacks when you think about, the power of Blue Cross Blue Shield and the stronger network that they have. It's also more expensive. We don't want to find ourselves in a predicament where we've got 1 year of a great price, and then the next 2 years, skyrocketing because either utilization was there or they made us an attractive offer for that 1 year, and then hooked us into something that's going to be more costly, not just for the city, but for employees and retirees. So there's a lot of time, effort, attention, and real professional help that goes into reviewing proposals, understanding our utilization rate. The last couple of years with COVID, you've seen less people going to the doctor at times during the height of COVID. So there's been impacts to utilization that are real, and there's been impacts to getting information from the GIC that has made it a little tricky. That's why we have this extra year for consideration. And I'd also say, transitioning to a new health insurance plan is a tremendous amount of work. Educating employees, everyone has to switch over. In addition to the medical care, we also pay attention to prescription services. What does that look like? What is the hierarchy of the drugs that our prescription medication needs are for our members, our retirees? How are they going to be impacted? So you might have a lower, copay, but your prescription meds are through the roof. So there's a lot that goes into it, and we spend a lot of time, trying to make sure we're getting it right for the most amount of people. And with the PEC, all of this has to be negotiated with all of our 10 collective bargaining units. So lots of eyeballs, lots of information, and we definitely want to land in the right place.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Eileen still has her hand up, but I think she's had it up the whole time. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve expenditures in the amount of $16,482,273.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve expenditures in the amount of $16,482,273, seconded by Councilor Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect it was 5-0. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the department total of $16,482,273.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the department total for employee insurance benefits in the amount of $16,482,273, seconded by Councilor Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Like the record reflected was 5-0. Thank you, Lisa. Next up, we have tab 13. Police. And with us this evening, we have Chief Miller. Also at this time, we do approve the capital budget separately, but if there's any items, if you could highlight the capital budget, Chief, just so if there's any big changes in the capital budget or any adds, so that we can take that up now while you're available for questions, so that when we approve the capital budget, we don't have to ask you to come back.
Understood.
But if you do come back, you need to bring Derby.
Derby was here this morning, greeting 2 classes of kindergartners from Saltonstall, who lots of fan love for Derby today.
Chief, we love you too, but don't worry about it.
Thank you. I'd like to make a brief statement before we begin. I was appointed chief of Salem Police a little more than a year ago, and I'm happy to report that it's been a very good year. I want to, and so on that note, I want to thank the council, I want to thank the mayor, I want to thank the department itself, and I want to thank the people of Salem. This has been the best job that I've ever had. The department's faced a number of challenges, and had a number of accomplishments this year that affects and is affected by the budget. So I'm going to go over a couple of the highlights. The biggest challenge we face, as the mayor and other department heads have alluded to or referenced, is personnel. By ordinance, the department is supposed to have 95 sworn officers, including myself. And we dropped as low as 82 in the previous year. This is due to retirements and resignations. And that manpower shortage is felt most acutely in our specialized units, specifically our community impact unit, our traffic unit, and our detective squad. While those units may not seem as directly influencing of quality of life in Salem as much as officers on patrol, those really are problem solvers in the department. And so I certainly feel the diminished personnel in those assignments tremendously. We are back up to 85 as of today, thanks to hiring off the previous civil service list for police officers. And I'm happy to report that we currently have 4 officers in the police academy right this minute, and we have 4 on deck to go in August. So that will bring us up to 93. Now, we unfortunately also face additional retirements this year. 3 officers are going to be eligible to retire over the summer. I'm doing my best to persuade them not to leave, and I think I've been successful. So I'm certain we're going to lose at least 1, but hopefully that will be it. So those remaining 3 officers, I intend to either try to poach from other departments, don't tell them I said that, but also there will be a new civil service list released July 1st, and we will attempt to hire those empty positions from that list. Obviously, there is a little bit of lag time, more than a little bit of lag time, between an officer being the background investigation we need to conduct, police academy time, and then field training time. So it's not an immediate solution. But I do feel like we are on track to get back where we should be. Additional challenges this year, criminal justice reform legislation in Massachusetts resulted in the creation of the Post Commission. That's Police Officers Standards and Training. Now, this is a welcome development in a lot of respects, but it has created additional mandatory reporting on the part of the department in terms of civilian complaints and other complaints against police officers, departmental investigations, in addition, mandatory training, which stretched our training budget a little bit. Another challenge, and we've spoken in this chamber before about it, is traffic and traffic crashes in Salem. We have followed both a national and a statewide trend of an increase, and that's something in terms of public safety we take very seriously, and we are hampered by that diminished traffic unit. So in addition to increased personnel in the traffic department that I expect to be able to assign once we get those officers out of the academy, we have requested additional cameras posted at certain intersections that I think will help with that. And in terms of challenges, right, there is haunted happenings. Last year, Haunted Happenings was the largest event that we had. This year, I don't think I'm being at all alarmist to say it will be quite a bit larger, given that COVID has significantly receded from the point it was at last year. And the challenges, as I suspect everybody is familiar with, crowd management, traffic and parking issues, public safety, and counterterrorism. We were able to conduct a tabletop exercise this year with our federal and state partners that I think resulted in greater preparation both this year and next year. But those challenges remain significant, and they're things that we begin thinking about, on November 1st, following Halloween. To that end, we have obtained additional counterterrorism training from the Massachusetts State Police, interestingly at no cost, but I intend to do more of it for the department. On the other hand, because of those increases in crowd size and concerns, I suspect you will have noticed that the biggest increase in my budget is haunted happenings overtime. That I've raised that specific number 24%, and that reflects roughly what we spent this last year on haunted happenings. We were able to absorb those costs because we did have those openings in the department, those empty salary slots. But I'm hoping to, as I said, fill them this year. Hence the increase. We did spend liberally on overtime for haunted happenings, but that's it's important. And then the final challenge we faced the Salem Police is an accredited police agency. Fewer than a third of the police agencies in Massachusetts are fully accredited, so that's something we're quite proud of. That represents 257 individual standards that a police department must adhere to in order to receive accreditation. We were up this year for re-accreditation. While we haven't actually received it yet, the examination process went very well, so I anticipate success there. Other successes we had, the Community Impact Unit has become one of sort of the pillars of the Salem Police Department. I felt like it was time to kind of renew our commitment to that unit and the efforts they do. So we assigned Sergeant Sean Andrus as the new commander of the unit. I think he's done a very good job so far in piloting things. And we got our first community resource dog, Derby, who's proved to be a very, very popular member of the police department. But he's more than a mascot. He really is there to help us relate to people that are might not be easily relatable to for police officers, and to people who really need some comforting, crime victims of other tragedies. In addition, we put out an increased bicycle patrol, which is really my favorite type of patrol. I think people appreciate seeing officers on bikes, and I think they have a sort of outsized effect on the community. With a return, as I mentioned, to regular staffing, we will assign additional personnel to CIU. And then finally, we were able to purchase a mobile barbecue unit that I am looking for an excuse to break out now that we're in warm weather. And that was paid for, by the way, by the sale of Salem Police T-shirts and other paraphernalia. So you will not see that in the budget, but I look forward to cooking for you.
And what are we calling that?
Oh, it's called The Heat.
The heat is on.
Other significant accomplishments this year, we were able to implement our body-worn camera program, thanks in part to funding from this body, and we were also able to obtain state and federal grants to augment our budgeting for that project. And I've spoken before about how important this program is, but it has three tremendous advantages. It will increase transparency in the police department. People will be able to get a better look at what it is that we do. Those videos are available to the public. It increases police integrity, and it increases the efficacy of our prosecutions, right? We come into court with better evidence, having videoed what we see. Another area that I'm quite proud of is our mental health initiative. Again, thanks to last year's budget, we were able to increase the coverage of our mental health clinicians. We went from about 20 hours a week of coverage to now about 40 hours a week. We have obtained a federal grant to increase that. We will, assuming the budgeting goes our way, we will be able to have roughly 16 hours a day of coverage, and then on the midnights we'll have a clinician on call for significant mental health calls. This all translates to approximately, now despite inflation and despite the anticipation of those increased hires, a 1.44% increase in our personnel budget, and a 6.32% increase in our operations budget. Obviously, personnel is a much greater portion of our budget, so that all combines to a 1.81% increase in the overall police budget. I'll take any questions.
Chief, just let me say that what you, the police department and the fire department, wherever Chief Diana is coming up after, what you guys have been able to do during these last couple of years with COVID and everything else is going on in the world. I can't sit here enough and throw enough accolades towards you and your department and what you've been able to do. We talked earlier today, anything you can do to incentivize to get those two individuals to stay on is, I think, is imperative. But as you look at the rest of the department moving forward, I mean, obviously, unfortunately, it seems that sometimes officers get hired in bunches, and when they get hired in bunches, and, I mean, during the course of their careers, some of them may leave and go, but usually the bunch all is going to retire at the same time. So are we looking, I mean, getting through this year, are we looking like next year and the year beyond that? If you look down the road, I mean, are we looking at bunches retiring, or are we looking to right the ship? Because, I mean, I can tell you honestly that when I first got on the city council 15 years ago, when it came to police and fire, I mean, the mayor was very committed as well as the city council to make sure that those two departments were brought back up to staffing levels. And I want to see the police department and the fire department fully staffed again, so.
I'm going to answer. The last year we had 11 retirements over last summer, and that really hurt us. And that was due, exactly as you say, to a very large police class that year that all kind of came of age at the same time. That class was much smaller this year. As I said, it amounts to 3 officers, and I really do anticipate being able to keep 2 of them. However, and I can't take any credit for this, this is just the way the winds of personnel have blown. We have become a much younger department than we used to be. And that presents its own challenges. However, what it means is I think we will be good for a little while in terms of those large retirement classes we've seen. But I also want to come back to your point about just the overall support from the council. I'm continually pleased and flattered by the support that this council offers the department. I really feel like we are all partners in public safety. And while it'd probably be wise of me to butter you up at this point, that's not the purpose. I've worked with each of you, and I do feel like you are partners, as I feel about the mayor.
Thank you. I'll start down the left side first. Not been a member of the committee. Council President Marcillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple questions. First, can you talk about your goals for diversity, including gender diversity for your new hires? Do you have department goals for the next couple of years?
So let me start off by describing the kind of the makeup of the hires that I've done since I've gotten to Salem. We hired 7 police officers last year. Of those officers, 3 were of Latino, Latina, Latinx heritage, and 2 were women. Of the 8 that that is the 4 in the academy and the 4 that I have sort of on deck for the academy, 5 are of Latina descent and Latinx descent, and 3 are women. So I feel like that represents some significant progress in terms of diversity. However, there is a group that I'm leaving out, black police officers. I've been unable to recruit any. However, it is something that I'm working very hard on and would like to, and will continue. That is a priority of mine. So I don't have a specific number for you. I'd like as many as I can get.
I do believe that we have an overall goal of making sure our employment personnel reflect our community profile. So we still got some work to do. It is a little bit more difficult through the civil service process. I think all of you know that. So the benefit of the fact that we actually have candidates through the recruitment effort that are just going through the traditional civil service channels that we're not often having to ask for Spanish lists is a real point of pride in that we're recruiting in the right places to get the community members here who we don't necessarily have to do a special call out for. Not that we're opposed to that, it just so happens that the regular list is very diverse.
Thank you. I would like to see more women hired. I know it's a hard thing to do, but...
Send them our way.
Okay. My other question is completely different. It's on arms and ammunition. First of all, how often do we do the firearm recertification? And then secondly, can you talk about the increase in that budget item?
So police officers are required to qualify with their weapons twice a year. That's, there's a state mandated course of fire. And we have a range at the station house where they can requalify, usually during time off during their shift. The increase in that budget really just reflects 2 things. It reflects the increase in ammunition costs that we've experienced this year. It also reflects a program I brought in, which is officers who are not doing quite as well as I'd like them to do, passing, but are a little low, are encouraged to practice. So there's additional ammunition made available for them.
Just to follow up, last year there was an item for an educator for firearms.
I'm sorry.
An instructor for firearm certification, but not this year.
That was that training, or was that, or are you talking about a stipend? So, to be a firearms trainer in Massachusetts, or really any police department, there is a kind of a train-the-trainer curriculum, and I have increased the amount of training that our main firearms trainer has received, as well as his assistant. We have purchased new firearms for our officers, but we were able to do so with forfeiture funds, and we traded the old guns in. So we were able to do that without affecting the budget. Similarly, the ammunition, we were able to trade the ammunition that we had on hand for new ammunition. That was because the guns that I found in the department when I arrived, I felt were outdated and overly powerful. It was very difficult for some of our new officers to qualify with them. And frankly, technology had come a long way so that we could shoot more accurately with new weapons. And obviously that represents liability, right? Obviously I only want my officers to shoot when absolutely necessary, but I also want them to be able to shoot. I want them to be able to hit their targets.
You all set? Councilman McLean, and then Councilor Merkel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll follow up on some of the council president's comments and ask about how you are prioritizing and approaching community outreach. I'm familiar with some of the programs that you see over time, coffee with a cop, ice cream with a cop, pizza with a cop, snacks with a cop.
Barbecue with a cop.
Soon to be barbecue with a cop, I think I heard that right. But, I come from not the nicest part of Lynn, and none of my friends I grew up with would go do anything with a cop, right? They're not showing up for that kind of event. So I'm curious how you are approaching the idea of meeting people where they are, because I think that's a critical thing in terms of getting over this divide that we have between the police and the communities they're supposed to be protecting and serving right now.
So, I mean, you mentioned some of the programs that I've been doing personally, right? All of those, pizza with a cop, coffee with a cop, I attend, and I'd like to think that I'm at least one of the best ambassadors for the police department. But, we make a point to attend as many neighborhood meetings as we can. Our community impact unit is specifically tasked with that, tasked with relating to our homeless community. And we have allocated funds for bicycle patrol, foot patrol, and those meetings, specifically in neighborhoods where we feel people might be a little bit more reluctant to have a friendly conversation with us.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just bring up two other points I think are relevant to this. One is the Citizens Police Academy, which is open to everyone, and equally important in this regard, Counselor, the Youth Citizens Police Academy, which is really geared towards middle school, even maybe some freshmen, high school age students, and bringing them into the police station for very much a junior version of the Citizens Police Academy. I know that we frankly have officers on our department who were participants in that Youth Citizens Police Academy. And that is certainly one way at a young age to instill an opportunity to see police officers in action and break down those barriers.
The Citizens Police Academy, which we were able to restart this year, there was sort of a hiatus during COVID, but we restarted this year. I think it's been very, very successful, and we'll continue it in next year's budget, in next year's budget season as well, or next year's financial year. The Youth Academy over the summer, some of the fine details are still being put on it, but we should be able to offer a number of weeks of activities for kids who are interested in learning about the police department and who could use something to do over the summer.
Yeah, that's great. I thank you for that. And I give you credit, actually. I think the communication, since you've arrived in the department, has been really excellent. I see a lot more communication and press releases coming out about things that are happening in the city. It's more than just sort of point of service with the police right now. You actually are kind of hearing some of the response, some of the strategy, and I think a level of compassion that didn't always bleed through before, so I actually really appreciate those messages. I hope they'll keep coming. Switching gears a little bit, I want to ask you about your radio and vehicle maintenance specifically, because I noted earlier in this calendar year, we had a transfer from one of your personnel lines into your vehicle line for the purchase of new vehicles, and the transfer was quite large, and it was much larger than the initial budget, which made sense to me because vehicle costs are up. It's a big fleet, you have to maintain it. But it feels like the vehicle maintenance budget is relatively small, and I'm worried that we're losing out on the maintenance aspect and then paying more out the back end to purchase vehicles because they're not being kept up. Can you talk to me a little bit about how you balance those? I mean, $65K just doesn't seem like a whole lot for maintaining a fleet of 50 vehicles.
So, if the expenditure on new vehicles that we sort of covered with personnel money this year, I think that represented there was a sort of a scheme in place years ago where, the cars were replaced on a regular basis. But it only takes one or two lean budgets to kind of derail that. And I'm not looking askance at any previous budgets. I think there just wasn't money there to replace the cars as rapidly as we had kind of planned long-term. And that did leave us, as you spoke of, needing some new cars pretty quickly. And that's why we did that purchase. The money that's in the capital improvement budget for new vehicles will put us back into that scheme of regular replacement. In terms of vehicle maintenance, our maintenance costs are bifurcated. I think if you look in the garage, the DPS garage budget, you'll see some other police maintenance costs, police vehicle maintenance costs. So what's in our budget doesn't reflect the entirety of that. That's more for when we need to go outside the city, which we occasionally do just because of the volume of repairs.
Got it. Thank you for putting those pieces together.
You all set, Counsel? Counsel Merkel.
Thank you, Chair
And then
McCarthy.
we'll start down the other side with Councilor Cohen, back this way.
Okay, and first of all, thank you for, all the great work you're doing that's been described here, the work of the Community Impact Unit, more officers on bicycles to connect with the communities, a lot of good stuff here. What I want to touch upon is the increase in the mental health assistance. That's great news. I know it had been increased from 20 hours to 40 hours, but if I wrote my notes correctly when you were speaking, you said now a grant has been received to have that kind of mental health clinicians 16 hours a day?
So if there was a federal grant just approved that will more than double our budget. And that will allow us to have somebody present in the station house to co-respond with officers for mental health calls during the day tour and the evening tour. There aren't as many calls for obvious reasons in the middle of the night, but one of the things that I'm holding out for is to have some sort of on-call system where if there were a really bad call, one that we felt would be improved by the presence of a clinician, we could have somebody on call, and obviously you have to pay somebody on call money, but it wouldn't be the full shift money. The challenge, to come back to a familiar theme here, is going to be finding the personnel to fill those positions. Mental health clinicians are just as sought after as new cops, apparently. So, but that's something we're actively working on. It will take a little while to disperse those funds. I think the end of August is best case scenario.
Great. And what expanded roles will they have? I'd just be interested to quickly hear what role they play in assisting you. I mean, it's great to hear that this is on the horizon. I didn't know what your vision was for this moving forward with the increased resources.
So I think, when it comes to responding to people who are in crisis, everybody knows that officer who's brilliant at it, right? But then not every officer is brilliant at it. So this is really a way of ensuring that there is some real expertise going on these calls who can relate to people and recognize different types of crisis on a truly professional level, and then follow up on that, right? Where we've identified somebody who we were able to help them in an immediate sense, but they're at risk of the same thing happening tomorrow and the next day. Somebody who can find that person, who can reach out to that person, and then find them the services that will be able to help them. And then finally, there's a third piece to it, which is while they're spending all that time with my officers, to look out for my officers, right? To look for signs of PTSD type issues or anything else where they might be of assistance to us personally.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that.
Councilor Cohen.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy. I believe the first neighborhood association meeting you attended was The Point.
I think that's true.
Where Councilor McCarthy has most of The Point, I have some of it, and I believe the the biggest concern was the previous lack of presence in the neighborhood, and I think you rightly made it a priority. So between the bicycle patrols and other initiatives, do you feel like you're better addressing that issue for the people in that neighborhood?
I mean, the short answer is yes, but not enough. And let me add to that there's always the danger of over-policing a neighborhood. But I do love the bicycle patrols, and you will also find in this budget 3 new bicycles. I'd like to see more, and that's one of the reasons, right? I want some shiny new bikes for my officers, so they'll be just as enthusiastic about it as I am. And to come back to the personnel issues, we have sort of minimum manning for police cars, for cruisers, right? We need a minimum number just to respond to 911 jobs, and it would be irresponsible to go below that. But where we have enough officers to go above that, not only can we make those assignments to specialized units, but where we simply have extra ones on a shift, that's where the bicycle patrols and the foot patrols come from.
You all set, Counsel? Counsel Varela will not be a member of the committee.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy, and thank you, Chief. I just had some quick questions about, and I'm sure these are all rolled into one, and then I have a second one, concerning some of the technology, the Flock license plate reader for $10,000, and then the LSAG plate reader. My question is, are those actually going to be bringing in revenue as far as a part of enforcement, or are these just kind of like more of a verification? And
so the Flock is a stationary camera. It's a stationary camera, security camera that has plate reader ability. The LSAG is mounted on a police cruiser. So the LSAG has yes, that will result in additional traffic citations where expired registrations and things like that are discovered. The Flock camera is much more sort of after the fact.
Okay. And then my follow-up question was specifically about the out-of-state travel. We have an extension of $4,000, and then the leadership and supervisory training for $13,500.
The out-of-state travel, we found that we were low in the last budget. There were things we wanted to do, both me personally and other officers attending training and police association meetings out of state where that I felt was lacking. And then, I'm sorry, what was the other item you asked?
Just the overall under the training and education, leadership and supervisor training, is that mostly for sergeants, lieutenants? Or
Yes,
is that also
so because of that turnover we spoke about earlier, we have promoted a number of sergeants and lieutenants and a captain.
You all set? Counsel Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Chief, I want to thank you for the use of the word crash over accident. I think that was intentional, and I know to many people that sounds like semantics, but I think for people who are passionate about the safety of pedestrians, I think hearing the Chief of Police use that terminology was certainly appreciated. I also noticed the ELSAG plate reader on here. Is that a traffic calming measure? I assume that's as I mentioned,
that's the plate reader that's mounted on a police cruiser.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I guess the other thing I wanted to bring up was around the bikes, which has been discussed a couple times, but just a general comment that I think that members of the public appreciate the human interaction they get with cops on a bike, and we saw it, I think, I've seen it sporadically around the city, and I think it's the easiest way to interact with a police officer rather than inside the car is on a bike, and we just appreciate that investment. And Councilor Morcillo asked about the arms and ammunition expenditure. It looks like it's mostly in line with previous years. I think you'd mentioned just the increase in the cost of ammo. How does that compare with other gateway cities that are roughly Salem size? Is that I have no frame of reference, I guess, for what $35,000 would be for.
You know, it actually a lot of it depends on the presence of a range. If a police department has a range, and Bob McCarthy years ago had the foresight to install a range within the police department, within the police station. sorry to say Bob McCarthy, Bob St. Pierre. I apologize.
It's okay.
That limits the expenditure we need to make on overtime, and to some extent on, in some cases, you have to pay for range time. On the other hand, we do have to use special ammunition, sort of frangible, non-lead ammunition, which is a little more expensive than what one normally thinks of as bullets, to shoot indoors. So it is, it's in line or less than some of the similar departments that I'm aware of. But if one has a very rural department and you can shoot outdoors, you can use much less expensive ammunition.
And the last question, just around retention, are there other things you're seeing in other communities or things we're talking about locally here about just how we promote Salem as a city? Having someone who's lived in other parts of the country, like Oklahoma, Salem is a very attractive place to come to. And I don't know, are there communities that do things around recruitment that's sort of promoting the city and the quality of life that you would get coming to a city like Salem?
I think that's an excellent point. I attended one of the police funerals in New York City at the beginning of this year, and I was really impressed with a number of people on the street who saw me in my police uniform and stopped and said, "Hey, Salem, I love Salem." So I think recruiting outside of Salem, presumably we all know how great Salem is here, but recruiting outside Salem is a worthwhile endeavor. We're somewhat hampered by those civil service laws, but this year we did go to an outside the residency list just to find the number of people we wanted to hire. So I think there is room to both recruit and hire from people who might want to come to Salem. And I think look, this is a great city and it is a great police department. So we should be able to attract more people. And we do, by the way. If you look at the personnel shortages in some of our neighboring departments, despite our deficit, we're doing better than they are.
I do want to put an exclamation point on the civil service conversation. You know, the thing to keep in mind is that test is offered annually, at least it's annually now, it used to be every other year. And the ability to line up, taking this test, getting the results back, when we have an opening to get people into an academy, it is like no easy feat. There are a number of districts or a number of departments in Massachusetts, primarily for this reason, who have moved off of civil service requirements so you can hire the normal way. Applications, background checks, all that work that goes in without the necessity to be tied to a test. If the test is offered once a year and you miss that date, you can't take the test again for another year. The length of time to get results back from civil service, to put the list together, it's weeks, sometimes months.
The most recent test was given in March, and we're still waiting on the results. July 1st is the expectation.
So if you were in Oklahoma and you were somebody who was interested in being in law enforcement and would think about applying here in Salem, you've got to take a test, wait for the results. Like, for all those things to line up, it's a real hardship. I think we need to, really invest in better understanding, the benefits and drawbacks from the current civil service process. There are benefits to it as well, but there are a number of districts who have found that in the end, given the time frames and the inability to have that flexibility to hire, it may be worthwhile to step away from that process.
Yosa? Councilor Watson-Felt.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy, and thank you, Chief, and to you and your department for all you do. I want to echo, before I ask a couple questions, I want to echo something that Councilor McLean said earlier, which is that there's been a noticeable shift in a sense of compassion in your outcoming materials and in your very presence, and I have always appreciated the work of our Salem Police Department, and I have had personally very good experiences, but I know that that's not been everyone's consistent experience over the last, however many years. So it is noticed and it is appreciated. Couple of quick questions, and they're not going to sound like budget questions, but I think we'll probably relate them back to your education and training line item. how many languages are spoken by the Salem Police Department staff aside from English? And what are they?
Ooh, I mean, we have a number of Spanish-speaking officers, we have several French-speaking officers. That's all that I'm aware of.
Are any of them fluent in ESL?
I can think of one.
Okay. Is there any plan or goal setting around increasing the number of languages spoken by your team? And if you'd offer training through your training budget line item to increase that?
Certainly something I'd be open to. I certainly think the more languages we speak, the better. Given that we have a significant Spanish-speaking population, that's where I put my priority. And given civil service limitations, one does get singled out if one is a Spanish speaker. That's pretty much the extent of it.
And the only reason that I offered, aside from the obvious diversity and being able to connect with others, is that I know that when there's a language barrier, oftentimes that increases the incredible amount of stress in a situation, fear, anxiety, that kind of thing, especially in an emergency situation when, of course, you guys would want to be as helpful as possible. So I particularly think about ASL. I think about children in our community who speak ASL and who may be afraid. And so that's the only reason I offer it.
I think you're absolutely right, and I mean, we do have technology available that will hopefully help us in that regard, but I agree that it would be ideal to have more ASL speakers.
Great, thank you for that. I have one more question. So similarly to the comment around this cultural shift that's taking place, I think nationally, right, which I think we're talking about, there is a distinct nuance, right, between training and new people and leadership and all of that in accordance with best practice and by the book. And what kind of subtle culture changes are you focused on inside the department here in Salem? I know you've been very responsive to hearing feedback around, I had a constituent call and make a noise complaint, and they were told, they get to it when they get to it, that kind of thing. I know it's a subtle thing, but I know that you would also not want there to be a big cultural difference between the face you carry out into the community and then sometimes what happens in action down on the ground. What kind of efforts are you making internally with regards to that culture shift? And let me caveat by saying you're new, and that can be challenging, and I think you've already done a wonderful job so far. So just curious.
Well, I think there's two answers to that question. I mean, the first is leading by example, right? I think I have, in my police career, I've done a lot of very crime-fighting policing, homicide investigations and things like that. And yet I still feel very much like the most rewarding part of this job is getting to know people on a as personal a level as one can. And I expect my officers to follow suit. We are capable of both fighting crime and relating to people and helping them and being part of their community. We are their police officers. We're not separate. But there's also training that very specifically addresses that. And I'm just going to read a couple of the courses that we've attended either in calendar year 2021 or calendar year 2022 to speak to that. Implicit bias training, which, by the way, I think has to be an ongoing process, right? It's one thing to attend even a multi-day course, but really that's something that's almost a language that we should be practicing unto itself. Cultural competency, right? Again, a lot of these things may seem like common sense, but not everybody practices common sense, and not everybody practices. So that's something that I think is important and also needs to be repeated. responding to emergencies with people with mental illness. There is another training that some of the officers have received, which is crisis intervention training, which I'm planning on using some of that money that I talked about for the mental health clinicians to try to get that training to at least all of my patrol officers, really recognizing when somebody is a tremendous portion of the people that we respond to are having some sort of crisis, and it may present itself as somebody committing a crime, but really, regardless of what's appropriate within the law, there may be much more appropriate response on the behalf of police officers, and I want my officers to be able to recognize that. So, just a couple of examples. There's certainly more, but
Thank you, I
those are the
appreciate-
sort of things that we've been practicing.
Thank you, I appreciate that, especially the sentiment that some of these things just require practice and reinforcement, and maybe repeated classes sometimes. So I thank you. That's all I had.
So Dominguez is all set. I just want to say, Chief, once again, thank you for coming in before we get to these, the approval of your budget, but as I will say, I've said it many times before, and I'll continue to say it, as long as I'm a sitting city councilor in the city of Salem, I will totally always advocate for the police and fire and our DPS, because when you talk about basic services, that we make a lot of big decisions in this room, but when it comes down to the day-to-day basic services, when someone picks up the phone and dials 911, that's what your constituents want. And they also want to know when it's trash day that the trash gets picked up and that the grass in the park's going to get mowed, and whatever the little day-to-day things that people expect. And you guys, all of you, do that, and I will continue to advocate for you. So,
Thank you.
that being said, I think we're on page. We'll approve the budget. Then, if you have anything that you didn't touch on, you want to highlight about your capital plan.
I was going to say,
Yeah,
there's one item I
we'll
would
do
like
the
to talk
budget
about.
first, though.
Okay.
Council Happer's on page 551.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the personnel budget in the amount of $10,878,626.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the personnel budget in the amount of $10,878,626, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect it was 5-0. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the non-personnel budget in the amount of $933,720.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the non-personnel budget in the amount of $933,720, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect it was 5-0. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the department budget in the amount of $11,812,346.
Thank you. Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the department total for the police department in the amount of $11,812,346, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? The matter carries. Chief, or through you to the finance director, the capital budget, your portion of it, do you know exactly where it's located? Or is any, you would just want to hit the highlights of it? I mean, we're going to get to a point in a couple days that we're going to go through the capital budget and look to make approvals. But if you just want to highlight what's in there, just in case anyone's got any questions as we get to that day.
The police portion can be found on page 271.
Thank you so much. I knew it was in there someplace. I hadn't highlighted that. 271 for the record. Lo and behold, there it is.
The item that I want to point to first, and simply because it jumps off the page at $2.5 million, is a police fire radio update. The truth of the matter is, our radio equipment is woefully outdated. We really are way behind our counterparts in the North Shore. And it is I don't want to be too alarmist about it, but we could experience a radio disaster where radio communications go down and we're unable to get them up for a significant period of time. In fact, repairs to our radio system generally involve the radio company getting spare parts off of the defunct radios from our neighboring departments. And I may have to defer to Chief Diane and the fire department. This is shared between the two departments, and he's a little bit better at radio technology than I am, so I'd like to retain that lifeline if I may. But it is an important aspect. I think the finance director and I have been back and forth about whether we can use ARPA funds for that, and I know she's working very hard to offset the costs to Salem using those available funds. But I really feel it is, despite that large sum, it is necessary. And I will let the fire chief talk a little bit more about some of the locations of the radio equipment, because he's done great work in finding cost-cutting measures, places to place some of that radio equipment so we don't have to buy them. But it's still a large sum to swallow.
Thank you. Is there, Chief, so is there any, other than that, I mean, obviously you and I spoke, I actually spoke to you as well as Chief Don earlier, but I knew that was the biggest item in there, but,
I mean, the next largest is something we already spoke about, which is the vehicles, and this portion is actually slightly reduced from what I was initially pushing for, but that move earlier this year of personnel money into vehicles made this a little bit less critical, but I still feel that this is a critical amount to get us back to that replacement scheme that will both save us maintenance costs and give us, entirely working police cars.
I'm afraid to ask what the supply chain looks like. I mean, when you guys order a car, how long are you guys waiting for a car?
Well, I'll offer you a personal anecdote, which is in my contract, it says I get a police car, which we ordered when I got here. I still don't have.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
But at the same time, that one is somewhat superfluous compared to the frontline cars that officers are driving. And I will make the point that, the police cars that we drive are sort of the front face of the police department. I realize new police cars may seem like a little bit of an indulgence, but when somebody calls the police and the police arrive in a rat trap, it really suggests that they're going to get rat trap service. So I do think it's a worthwhile expenditure.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions relative to specifically capital? We're not going to approve capital tonight, but when we do approve capital later, we just want to, while the chief's here, specifically with regard to that. Council McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a lot of money for that radio system. And it looks like we're projecting another 2 million in '24 to complete that, so.
That's correct. And as I said, the fire chief has worked to lower that a little bit, and I'll let him address that, but it's still going to be ballpark, even if it's not quite that much.
Yeah. Maybe the question's better for the fire chief. I'd really like to hear more about the scope of the work involved in that and how long it's going to last. That's a really large sum of money.
I understand.
Anyone else? Once again, Chief, thank you. If there's no other questions relative to capital, so.
Thank you again.
Okay. With that, we'll go to tab. Does everyone want to take just a 1 minute? I will take 1 minute. Did we let him know? Thank you. And we are back. With us, we have the Fire Chief, Chief Dion. Thank you, sir, for coming. If you could, just give us the highlights of your budget, and then we'll get into a few questions.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you all for having me here tonight. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, and not just to talk about my budget. I'd like to maybe talk about my department a little bit and begin with that. We've had one of the busier short stretches of time that I can ever remember in my entire career. As you know, some of these incidents recently were quite challenging for the department. We're quite busy. In the last 3 or 4 weeks, we had some calls that, as I like to say, you could live without. Fortunately, surprisingly and fortunately, there was no physical injury to anybody that responded to any of these calls. No matter how disturbing and tragic these incidents were, our members work expertly in conducting themselves as true professionals. They perform their duties admirably while always affording the victims the respect and the dignity they deserve. And that means a lot to me because, you know, some of these people, it was just a tough way to go, and our guys take it to heart when they provide the services that they do. As a fire chief, I couldn't be more pleased to work with folks that I get to work with. They're some of the kindest, hardworking people I've ever known, and we are fortunate that they serve here with me in this community. I thank the council for continually supporting us and supporting the fire department, and I'm honored to represent the fire department here, and on behalf of every single one of the members of my department, I say thank you. To begin, I'd like to just review a few items in the past that came to light as I was preparing my notes here. I've been chief now for 16 months. I started just about the same time Chief Miller did. I had a lot of goals in mind, but two of my main and primary goals has been the modernization of the fire department and the preservation and restoration of our 5 stations. I am in a unique position where I have 5 buildings. Maybe the school department is the only one they can relate, or Mike Lichikowski possibly. But I have 5 stations that I have to take care of, and it's been a long haul just in these last 16 months, coming up with a plan that I would see be best for all these buildings and maintain them in a way that they will last indefinitely for us. My predecessor, Jerry Junta, started a lot of hard work at headquarters. He got the roof replaced and the antenna project, which has been completed in full. And he also got the entire exterior of the building, including roads and landscape work and sidewalks, budgeted, and we just finished the landscaping. The final phase, I replaced all the outside man doors, rebuilt the woodworking that was all rotted, and we've changed all the overhead door motors that open the doors. Some of them were quite old, and we were spending far too much money on maintenance on this antiquated equipment, where I chose to take the capital maintenance account and modernize, and that's proven a very fruitful decision, and we have had no service calls on overhead doors in almost 9 months, so I'm happy to say that I think it's time to stop modernizing certain things instead of just throwing money away at bad items. The most important thing in the modernization project that I've taken part of is the modernization communications. Last year, right about this time, the mayor will remember a phone call on a Saturday afternoon where our vocal alarm system had failed. The vocal alarm system is how our fire alarm operators talk to the stations. There's speakers in the building, they hit a button, they send tones out over those systems, they talk over those systems, and the whole thing was relying on Verizon phone lines and old fire alarm dispatch lines, and it was failing miserably to the point where we unplugged it and we were dispatching over portable radios. In the event of a failure with the portable radios, we would have been out of business. We would have been dispatching by cell phone. So that was a project that the mayor helped me secure some funding. Your council approved the last-minute outlay, and we got the funds to make the repairs, and the contractor was able to get it done in an expeditious manner. Along with repairing the CAD, we got some federal grant money in the total of $160,000 last year, and we are just putting into service tomorrow morning the remainder of $160,000 worth of portable radios. So that was part of that initial radio budget project, and we removed that from the project by getting the grant. So we are in great shape for some good portable radios that'll last us at least 10 to 12 years. Our older equipment is going to be repurposed. I know Winter Island's looking for some equipment, and other departments, I do have radios if anybody needs them. Even if the council wants some radios, you can. Another grant that I was able to secure with the help of Ann and Freeman was for a CAD system, a computer-aided dispatch system. And this is one of the items I'm kind of most proud of. I saw CAD as an opportunity to close the gap between police and fire dispatch, and I'll explain a little bit to you all about that. With fire dispatch, we rely on receiving the calls from the 911 PSAP location, which is at the police station. So they take that information, and if it's a fire call or any kind of call for service for us, it's transferred to us. So that happens pretty reliably and pretty effectively. Where it was lacking was when the call was for a medical call. If a call came into police, they would take down the notes for that call, transfer it to our private ambulance company, and then eventually that private ambulance company, Atlantic Cataldo, would dispatch their crews to the call, then pick up a phone and call us. So as if you could imagine, that's a 3 to 4 minute delay, getting the people that are in the best segments of the city. We're in 4 corners of the city. Nobody can beat us anywhere. Yet we're sitting in the station waiting for a phone call. Computer-aided dispatch, CAD, when they start taking the calls, now we see them in real time. If it's a police or medical, if it's a fire or medical call, a tab comes up red on our screen. Our dispatchers see it even while they're still typing, and they can dispatch us. We're taking 3 to 4 minutes off of every medical call, and I couldn't be more happy with that. And that was something I'm thrilled to report to you, and that's where good modernization has made a difference. I'm continuing to work on the CAD system. It's integrated with our reporting system, which is part of our NIFRS, where we are constantly sending reports to the fire marshal's office, and eventually that data is shared nationally. Having done those 2 projects leads me to the next conversation, and I guess since we were talking about it earlier, the radio project, I have some information to share with you. Initially, I was involved right from the start, and the project was coined out by the engineering firm to be about $4.7 million. We went to work on that. We sat in several meetings with the engineer. The mayor was there for a few. And we discussed this at length, and we weighed the pros and cons, and we trimmed the fat. There's no reason to change portable radios in police and fire right now. We're both running really good equipment, and we saved some money with the grant we received. Mobile radios, we can get by with those. Other items we scratched from the project. So we've probably got the project realistically down to about $3.2 million. We got $600,000 from the council last year, and if we could get another 2.5, I think we can pretty much nail this thing shut or close to it. A little description about what we're trying to do. Presently, we're using 7, possibly 8 repeaters throughout the city. A repeater is when I key a microphone, the repeater picks up that signal and then rebroadcasts it so everybody can hear it. So a radio hears it or a receiver hears it. Between police and fire, we're running almost 8 of those all over the city. Every repeater uses 2 Verizon copper phone lines. You can imagine the expense of that and the upkeep of that. To maintain every single repeater site, and some of these repeaters are more than 40 years old, we're taking old parts again, trying to keep all these repeaters going, spending thousands of dollars monthly, having service companies come in to work on all of this. The project we're proposing is to take this system and get rid of everything, and we're going to build 2 repeater sites. The primary repeater sites will be located on Loring Towers and on Charter Street. Up on the top of both those buildings, cell tower carriers have buildings, little dog houses they put up there. They're about 30 by 30 buildings. Initially, we were going to have to build our own little structure. I've been able to talk with both cell companies, AT&T and Verizon, and I believe we're going to sign zero-cost agreements where we can use space in those buildings, saving us $350,000 from the initial cost. So with a little due diligence, I think there's been some money saved already, and if we continue to watch what we're working on and watch the equipment that we're proposed to buy, I think we're going to keep it right around that $3.2 million. Having said that, This will change communications for the unforeseeable future. We're looking at 15, 20 years of good radio communications. We can get rid of 14 Verizon phone lines. As you know, that's going to save us, if you look at the line item for Verizon, I'm not even sure, but it's huge. If we have to continually pay that kind of money for Allcom to come in, both police and fire, to work on these repeaters, the savings eventually will pan out, and we'll start to see some return on our investment. Lastly, I don't think we have a choice. We're lucky we haven't, as Chief Miller has said, we're lucky we haven't seen a catastrophic failure thus far, and it's still within the realm of possibility, just like we experienced with our Vocal Alarm system a year ago this month. We need to stay focused and get this project across the goal line, because it's going to make a difference, and there will be savings, and it will end a lot of problems. With public safety, we're only as good as our weakest link, and right now our weakest link is certainly the radio communication system. Moving forward, I just have to talk about, when I said some of the things that I said as goals when I started, was modernization and capital improvements, in modernization and repairs, and restoring the buildings. We have so many incompleted projects at the fire stations, it's not even funny. So we're starting, I've signed contracts. We have a roofer that's going to do the copper on both Station 2 and 5. 2 and 4 on the roofs, repair the slates. We have other companies that are repairing brick as we speak down in North Salem. We're also just completed a temporary repair to fire headquarters. We had a cost estimate of almost $800,000 to replace the floor at fire headquarters, and I went ahead and hired a contractor for less than $40,000, and he dug up all the loose stuff and resurfaced it, and we're going to go ahead and seal it, and I'm certain we'll get another 10 to 15 years out of that floor. So these are the type of projects that I'm continually working on, and my team is working on, because I got a lot of people that are very invested and very involved. And that's what I want to close with, is we do get an annual expenditure for routine maintenance. And if I use that to put in, for example, a new laundry system at Station 2, that would pretty much exhaust half of those funds. My firefighters have stepped up annually and worked on all these projects for us. We now have laundry facilities in every single fire station thanks to the firefighters. The city purchased materials and equipment. The firefighters built state-of-the-art setups for them. And it's important to have these things with the advent of COVID and other disease, and obviously the carcinogens that's on our gear and on our clothes. We should not be bringing anything home, including the gear, the clothes we wear to work. We should be washing everything there, especially after calls. So just by the efforts of the firefighters and good fiscal management, we've been making a lot of improvements like that. They're painting the stations inside. They're repairing the plaster ceilings. That's why they're after me to get the roofs fixed, because they're doing all this work and there's still roof leaks. So I'm taking care of the roofs. We have some sewer lines that need to be replaced. We have other issues that are on the horizon. Without exception, they're all going to get addressed, but I can only do it as time and funding allows. So with your support, I propose you a budget. I don't know my exact percent of increase. Anna, maybe you could help me with that. All my increases were basically in the operations side. They're not on the personnel side. But Anna is going to speak. We have reached an agreement with the local, and there is some changes in the budget for the contract rates.
Can folks hear me on this? Oh, much better. The overall department total increase is 3.32%, and that does not yet include what we anticipate to be ratified by the union in the coming days. But there is a collective bargaining reserve that was located in the Human Resources Department's budget that would provide for the ongoing costs of that contract once it's settled.
So that's all I have to say. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for your time and thank you for listening.
Before we get started, once again, Chief, thank you. We spoke earlier today, but for clarity, can you just tell where we are at with staffing and where we're going? And you've had some great initiatives in the.
I neglected, I skipped my page on staffing because I went too long on the radios. I got excited. Luke got me into it. So staffing, I'm very happy to say, when I took over, we were down 15 with 4 on long-term sick leave. And we had a big group of retirees, and it was during COVID, so the tests were all delayed, and as the mayor outlined, sometimes civil service gets a little slow. So we were down 15, and it really hurt us. We ended up having to come to council for some free cash to get through the rest of this year. I'm happy to report that in the past 18 months, we've hired 12, and I'm in the process, as we speak, they're getting physicals and drug testing and psych evaluations. I'm hoping to hire 7 more come July, in the middle or last week of July. That'll bring us for the first time in, I think, 6 years to full complement, 88 firefighters, including myself. So the future's good with our hiring. I'm very excited to say also that among that group, we have 1 female who will be joining the reserve list, and 4 of us are Latino, Spanish speakers, and 4 are also EMTs, which saves us a lot of money. We don't have to pay them to get trained to become EMTs. So we have some quality candidates, I think some of the best, and they'll all make excellent additions to the fire service. I am continuing to maintain a reserve list. Moving forward, the mayor has authorized me to maintain a reserve list of at least 4 people at all times, so that when somebody were to retire unexpectedly or even expectedly, I could fill that spot within 3 weeks, instead of going these long amounts of time, which could be 2-3 months to hire a single person. That's if the list falls into alignment with everything that we're doing. So hiring's good. I'm hoping by the end of the summer, we have 88 firefighters.
And I just wanted to touch on that because we did have this conversation earlier today.
Thank you for prompting me.
No. And it's, I think it's really important because as the mayor can testify and I can testify, when the mayor first got on, the department was at 78 because that was the rationale 15, 16 years ago, was to not fill spots by attrition. And through many budget cycles over many years, we worked with your department and this body and the mayor's office diligently to get that number back to where it should be. And I just, for the public at home, it isn't anything that this body or the administration or your department did. It's just the way that it worked out with regards to civil service, COVID, the whole 9 yards. I never like to see any department that we are fully funding not be able to fill positions because of just the lag time with the academies and everything, civil service. And I think it's very exciting and important that everyone realize that we're going to be fully staffed again, which is extremely important.
I couldn't be more pleased, and just to describe our new workforce, when we finish this hiring cycle, I believe 26% of our workers will have been on the department less than 3 years. So we have a young, robust department. I think we got some phenomenal candidates. The ones who have just completed the academy in the last 3 or 4 cycles are all excellent additions to our department. And all our younger guys are getting their chance at being officers and becoming leaders. And the department has got a good amount of energy and a good amount of excitement. People are happy to be here, and they're very thankful for the opportunity to work.
Just make sure you keep a few of those old guys, because, it's very important to have an OG around once in a while.
Who you calling old, Counselor?
Myself.
And lastly, I'm not here asking for a dog.
A nice Dalmatian, seriously?
No, we're not responsible enough.
With that, we'll start with Councilor Macedo, and then we'll go to Councilor Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will start with my question that I asked to the police chief. You said that you had 1 female hire. How many females are currently on the fire?
We have 1 that'll be entering our reserve list. She's not ready to take the PAT test. She has a leg injury, so she'll stay on our reserve list. And we presently have Lieutenant Erin Bonita, who's working at Station 2, and Patty Marfangelli, as many of you may know, just retired, 38 years of a remarkable service. Her daughter had a baby, and that was the end of it. She left us. But I'll anticipate your question, diversity. I am constantly working. I've created flyers that have been circulating the city. Our next test is in October. I'm going to be working with the school system to get these young folks excited about possibly becoming firefighters, in particular the Latino, Spanish speakers. I think they're an important addition to our department, and I'd like to see our department represent the demographic within our city. I think it's important that we do. As far as female firefighters, I wish I had more answers. We try to get more and more to take the test. If anybody has any candidates that they think would be well-suited, we take all types. Everybody brings something to the table. You're not going to be the Herculean guy that can go to the roof and do something spectacular, but I'll tell you what, about 85% of the time, you're going to still be a great addition in every other way. And not one of us brings more than 80% capability. We rely on each other and the diversity within the department to do the difficult jobs.
Thank you. I have two salary questions that maybe you could shine a light on. One is the chief's pay. There's a huge increase there, and it's probably contractual, but I would like to hear about that. And then the other is the office manager.
My pay was negotiated over a 3-year contract, and it's a 2.5 increase annually.
Okay, that's what I figured. So the
Yeah.
last year's is probably just out of date from your contract?
Yeah, that's because I wasn't in the position for the entire fiscal year.
Right, okay. And then the office manager?
Well, the office manager, there was another office manager when I started there, and she was taken away from us by another fire department that was paying $14,000 more a year to do the same position. Presently, I have a new office manager. Her name is Ashley Sullivan, and she is the brains behind the operation. She manages with me a $12 million department. She is woefully underpaid at the present rate she's at, and I therefore requested the increase in her salary. She absolutely deserves that, and she needs to be paid at a level commensurate to what she is doing. You cannot manage $9.5 million in payroll at the rate she was doing, and I can't risk losing her as I lost the last manager. I am doing everything I can to retain her as my office manager.
Thank you.
We'll go to Councilor Cohen, and then we'll go back to around the room.
Thank you, Chair
Only because he
McCarthy.
had his hand up first.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy, not being a member of the committee. Two things, reflective of what Council President Marcillo said, it's always great for all our departments to reflect the makeup of our city, and I know you're working hard to be as diverse as possible. But I wanted to express my gratitude on behalf of 200 residents of Cabot and Hancock Street. I live on Hancock Street. Witnessing the fire as I did and many other people did, I know I was standing with Chief Miller, and we thought the whole block was going to go up. It was so windy. At one point, I think Chief Miller and I could see 3 houses on fire. And the fact that your department was so brave and was there so quickly, and with the help of Lynn and the other departments, you really saved not only buildings but lives. And I just want to, as a personal thing, thank you for amazing work there. Even though a building and maybe another one was lost, no lives were lost, and I think, I know the people in the neighborhood feel very much that without your work and the work of the other departments, the, EMTs and the police and everyone else, many more people would have suffered, so thank you.
You're welcome. If I may, I think everybody sitting here in this room has played a role that day. We get the funding we need. We get the trucks we need. We have the manpower we need. Everybody here should take credit for that day. We were ready because we're allowed to be ready. So I thank you both.
We'll go back to the left. Council McLean.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy. Thank you for being here tonight to answer all our questions. A couple points I wanted to ask you about. The first was the education incentive line of your budget. I noticed that went up a significant degree. I'm just curious, what are some of the educational plans you have in store?
All our employees are eligible to take part in the College Education Incentive Program, where they can attend Salem State University or at North Shore Community College, or any other state-run university that is teaching a degree that we support: fire science, public administration, so forth. And what we ask coming into this fiscal year is those people that were anticipating taking classes, they gave us a heads up. We don't let anybody take a class unless they've given us a heads up, because we just can't plan for it. And so that reflects some of what you're seeing there. And also, they don't get paid any longer. That was some of the language we changed. They get paid when they finish the class with a satisfactory passing grade. So that's why you'll see an increase there. We are anticipating, we have a much, much younger workforce, and they're all going to college. I did the same thing, and I got my college education in my degree in fire science, because I had the opportunity to do so. And as leaders and the guys that are leading our department now are encouraging these young people to take advantage of this opportunity, because it only suits us all to educate these guys in the field that they'll be in for 32 years or more.
Very good. And I also wanted to ask you about purchase of services. I think as I was looking in the deep detail, it seemed like you were transitioning from one software platform to another.
Yeah. Council, there's an item in purchase of services that should have been, one line that should have been in the capital budget, and Anna and I discussed that today. That 33,000 is not 33,000. That's over in the capital budget, and I can speak to what that's for when we speak about the capital budget.
Okay, thank you for that. And following up on your early comments, I wanted to ask you about your modernization efforts. I'm really glad to hear that you're transitioning to a CAD system. I know from personal experience that the reporting and dispatching is way more cohesive. There's less opportunities for miscommunication because you're not playing telephone between 3 and 4 different people. So I think that's great. Obviously, you're working on updating the radio system, which we'll get to in a minute. But I'm curious what else you see kind of coming down the pipe in that regard. I happen to know, just from my other career, that a lot of the cities and towns around us, for example, are starting to do away with their master boxes. They're moving to more digital services. That incurs ongoing fees, telephone service, things like that. So I'm just curious, what is the next big chit you'd like to tackle?
Well, since you brought up master boxes, to phase out the master box system is not something we haven't considered. It's something that will take a good initiative of about over a year and a half to 2 years to make it happen. There's an opportunity to replace our system with radio boxes where we see fit that boxes are included, and other properties could go ahead and switch to central station monitoring. And it's something I think I've discussed more than 2 or 3 times with the mayor, and we're not opposed to any of that. And it will probably be included in my modernization someday in the future. I think a good timeline for that possibly to happen would be while we're refitting our fire alarm for new radio equipment and so forth. So if we could come up with a plan and do that in conjunction with the modernization of the radio equipment, that is still on the table. Other areas to modernize, I'm not going to lie to you, when not even 3 years ago when Jerry took over as chief, we still had computers running Windows 2000. So we've come a long way. Our IT department here in Salem is phenomenal, and they took us right to the moon. We have some of the greatest equipment, and we're really made great strides of improvement in that area. Future modernization, I'm an advocate for the best rescue tools. You may not know this, but everything's going to battery technology, including Jaws of Life. Everything we use is going to battery technology. What a game changer, and it's just as good, and it's actually more costly. We don't have to maintain powerful generators and hydraulic equipment and so forth. The trucks, we need to keep continually aggressively replacing them. Sadly, I'll be here next year asking for a ladder truck. It's something we're going to have to do. We have a ladder truck that's 22 years old. I'll be working with Anna to come up with a plan on how we'll go ahead and fund that. That's probably a pretty significant cost, but we're still finalizing, replacing an engine, which should be delivered anytime. You guys approved that, the council approved that last year. This time, the engine hopefully will be delivered. It was due in May. Here we are. June 1st tomorrow, and I don't anticipate seeing it before the end of July. The supply chain is killing us. There's just, and it's the only item that they can deliver the engine late without paying a penalty if they're having trouble getting materials. So we're at the same spot that the rest of the nation is at, and the rest of the world is a supply shortage. So that's delaying our new engine, but in addition to that, I think Chief Miller neglected to mention that we also secured some funding through a partnership with North Shore Medical Center. Now it's Mass General Brigham Salem. From when they did some of their last construction work, they had money set aside for police and fire. So we bought 3 Gator units. Gators are those little buggies we drive around in the summer for medical during Halloween and all that. So the police now have 2, and we just got our 2nd, and we're going to work as a strike team for medical calls and any kind of incidents that might require us getting through crowds in a quicker fashion. Those are just about done. We took delivery. They took 3 months longer than they should have to get, but they're just about done. We had them painted, and decals will go on shortly, and they'll be in service. I'm hoping for the Pride Parade.
All right. Can I ask a capital question, or should I wait till we come around to the capital part?
Can we just wait till we come around to that point?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council Merkel, do you have a question? You're all set? Council Varela? You kept looking at it like Council Hapworth was going to steal your thunder. I was like, okay.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy, not being a member of the committee, and thank you, Chief Dunn, for being here and answering our questions. I had specific questions about the fire prevention and why that hasn't increased. I just seen what's happened with some of our older buildings. It just seems like it could be a missed opportunity to work with our building department on figuring out problem buildings that are either out of code or over-occupied, into figuring out issues before they arise. I just wonder if you could speak to that a little bit about the non-increase in fire prevention.
Certainly. The two officers that work, we have DJ Gary, who's an inspector, and Lieutenant Schaublen, who's our fire marshal. They're paid out of the regular fire department operating budget, and that's their salary line, and they also have an opportunity to work overtime as firefighters. Fire prevention budget covers their training, covers the operation of the fire prevention office, and any other expenditures they may have. Within that line also covers some of the conferences and training that other people in our department go to. It does not directly impact how we fund inspection services. The fire companies inspect daily in Salem, and that would be 5 to 6 inspections done a day by an engine company. Every single company does an inspection. And also the fire marshals do on average, the fire marshal and the inspector do on average 3 to 5 inspections per day. We also receive funds through the SAFE grant funding source, up to $10,000 annually, and we use that money to educate the elder services people and also in the schools. In addition to that, we have a $10,000 line which is for public academy training, and we use that also indirectly to train in the schools and to run special events or special programs. I think that at present we're representing the opportunity to train, and we are part of the building department group with all the problem properties. We are well aware of every player in the problem property game. Most of them have been there a while. One of them just burned down. So, yeah, it's certainly something that we're very aggressively pursuing, and it's not anything we take lightly. We really believe that problem properties can have a really negative impact on a community, on a neighborhood, as we saw the other day. Sometimes those properties can present challenges that affect entire neighborhoods. So, yes, we're aware of that, and we work towards it.
And if I may follow up with a question, if there was an opportunity to fund the fire prevention team even more, would there be an opportunity, instead of just, 3 or 4 properties a day, being a little more aggressive and inspecting more? Because I know
Absolutely. There's always room to expand. I don't want to take any more firefighters off the line, off the operations line, to put them into fire prevention. I'm not opposed to it. If a position were to be created or more funding would be available for overtime for that role, that would certainly be considered. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Watson-Felt.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy. I have one question, and it is not directly budget related. That's me tonight, I guess. Could you speak to what the mental health support services are like on the firefighter team, and how often, are services relatively available all of the time? Do you have a cycle of review? How do you handle that? I know I have known a few firefighters myself, and I have witnessed some of you guys in action, and I know that you see a lot of really hard stuff, and you do a lot of really hard stuff, and it's really scary. And so I'd be curious to learn more about what your mental health support services are like on the department.
Thank you for bringing that up. I mentioned earlier in my opening statement, the firefighters really, they deal with some stuff, and they deal with it just as true professionals, and our partners in police, and also our first responder friends in the DPW. They don't get the credit that they deserve. As far as services, we rely on what we call a CISM, Critical Incident Stress Meeting, or there's other anecdotes that people use to describe that. It's done as a briefing informally with the command officers in the group. And if it's a serious enough incident, we rely on the PFFM, which is our firefighter union, to provide a team to come in and counsel our firefighters. In my career, I think I've taken part in 3 of them. They call them, in that level, that's called a critical incident stress debriefing. It's a useful tool. I remember the incidents that I took part in, and unfortunately, they're still with you. And by just getting into it with a team and everybody gets their say in the matter, and you put it into a place that you know that you can visit on your own terms, it's good to have help. So yes, we do have services available. It's taken on a case-by-case basis. If we see an incident has had such an impact on our group that we have to address it, we have the ability to do so.
Thank you, Chief. One follow-up question. Do you have any part of, I know you all have to sort of retest periodically and everything. Is there any kind of mental fitness review or psych review as a part of that periodically?
No, not generally, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm going to go to my go-to guy tonight, Councilor Hapworth, on page 535.
Mr. Chair?
Yo, sorry.
Apologies. One point of clarification before the committee takes its vote. The chief mentioned that there is one item that's in the purchase of services that we, error on my part, we had intended to move it over to the short-term capital where it is currently located. So it is actually in 2 places right now, and so we do recommend that it be removed from the department's operating budget and funded instead from the short-term capital.
Do you have a new number then?
I do. And so the new number in total for the expenditures, if we reduce the purchase of service line by $26,688, the new total for expenses is $519,243. And that makes the new total for the department overall $9,846,586. And so that's a reduction of $26,688 for the Lexapro, as that is, that's on the capital side instead, and that was an error on my part. I meant to take that out once we moved that over.
Okay, could you repeat that number again?
Yes.
Where it is listed as 545,931, what is it now?
It should be $519,243,
And the total again is now?
$9,846,586.
The differential? 26,000?
$26,688 should be the differential, if I hopefully
Okay.
did my math correctly.
Thank you.
And that's listed, where does that come
And
in
that is
above?
that is in the,
Bottom of 5.
Yeah, no, I realize it.
535.
Okay,
yes.
yep. 531, catch up. Yep, perfect. We all set with that? Yep. Council Happer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we recommend approval for the personnel budget of $9,327,343.
Council Happer moves to approve the personnel budget for the fire department in the amount of $9,327,343, seconded by Councilor Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect it was 5-0. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend we approve the non-personnel budget of $519,243.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the amended budget total in the amount for expenses for the fire department in the amount of $519,243, seconded by Councilor Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? That matter carries. And Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend that we approve the budget total of $9,846,586.
Councilor Hapworth then further moves to approve the department total in the amount of $9,846,586, seconded by Councilor Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? The matter carries.
Thank you.
We're just going to do a quick, anything that hasn't been said about your capital budget. I know you highlighted the radio stuff and then
Briefly,
adding a new truck next year.
we're looking to replace
Maybe.
2 20-year-old vehicles, 22-year-old vehicles. At fire prevention, they have to go again. We're done throwing money at, one of them's got a bad transmission, so.
Are those the ones that I see parked next to the building that
Yeah,
don't move, that I drive by every day?
Station 6. Yeah,
Okay.
they've been on as long as I have. And also, the line item that inadvertently got into the wrong part of the budget, that's for purchase of a service called Lex Pro. We're trying to increase our professional standards within the fire service to match the requirements of the National Associations of Firefighters. We're a little behind on this. A lot of people in the region have already done it. National standards, professional standards will affect us in the long run when it comes to our ISO ratings and so forth. This company will come in and take our SOGs, our operating procedures, our antiquated rule book. I brought this here to show you. It was written in 1968. All right,
It's a good year, yeah.
yeah. So, just wanted to highlight that a lot of what we're using is over 40 years old, and we should have done this in the past more recently. After we complete this first section of development with the company, there'll be an annual dues we'll pay to it, and that'll be part of the budget next year. But this is an essential purchase, and it's a proper item to be in the capital budget.
Thank you. I know that Council McLean had a question, but before we get into those questions, I just want to say that I had the pleasure of serving with Councilor O'Keefe and rode in his car with him with his police radio. And by the way, he drove his car.
Excuse me, Councilor Lebbia, fire radio.
And I have one of those at my house now. He made me go out and buy one so that, I'm not telling you, on a busy weekend over at the Willows or during the whole month of October, that radio is on in my house.
Yeah, and we're busy.
Oh, yeah, you guys are.
I'm anticipating we'll exceed 7,000 rounds this year.
Wow. Excellent. Council McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a pure numbers question, so, and hopefully I'm asking the right person. When we started to talk about the radio conversation in the last discussion, we were looking at 2.5 mil this cycle and potentially 2 in the next cycle.
That's not the case.
Right, yeah, when you opened your remarks, you pegged it at 3.2, said we already put 600K in the tank, bringing us to the next 2.5, so I guess I'm not sure I'm asking the right person. What is the 2 mil in the next cycle for if we've got it knocked down with this?
I don't believe it's in the next cycle.
Anna will handle that. You know.
The document pulled in the original department requests for some of those future years, and since over the past couple of weeks, we've been able to refine some of those estimates, and so we actually were just speaking here that when we finalize the budget online, I'm going to amend that number in the future years because that number has come down since the department initially requested it.
Okay, so there'll be another amendment when we get to that actual approval.
Yeah.
I understand, but just trying to make sense of what we're doing.
And that 2 million, all those future years, those are just projected estimates, and those, in terms of the capital plans, they're for what the council would vote on for the current year. It wouldn't include any of those potential future year costs. Those are more for kind of informing and planning and understanding what obligations might exist in the future. So that's just when we didn't update it based on the latest information we had most recently.
Great.
I believe the 3.2 is a real number unless something unexpected happens in the midst of the project.
Okay. And I'll just add a personal note. I am not in a rush to get rid of the master boxes. Don't misunderstand me.
Understood.
They are rock solid. I really prefer them to the radio, which goes down sometimes. I love the master boxes. Keep them as long as you can.
Okay, I'll take that under advisement. I also have, if we're done with that radio project, have one other capital thing I'd like to speak to.
Okay, but we're going to have a couple questions first. Hold on. Councilor Hapworth and Councilor Masola.
So I guess I just wanted clarity on the 2.5 million. Are we saying that's projected future years? Without flipping back to...
Sure. The 2.5 million that we currently have allocated with ARPA funds for the upcoming fiscal year, that's the remainder of the cost that the chief has spoken about. Once you back out the 600,000 that's already been made available, and then that 2 million that's in that future year, that likely is zero or likely
hopefully
less will not be necessary, and so it's just that 2.5 that we're currently looking at to utilize ARPA funds to pay for.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Masola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about women's locker rooms. Do we not have them?
I have an answer.
Okay.
In the capital budget, we have a line for the engineering and design of female locker rooms up on the second floor of our administrative wing. That was one of my initiatives when I came in, and I promised Patty Markingell I'd have that done before she retired, and I didn't get it done.
So how long did she work as a firefighter?
Her entire career, 38 years.
So for 38 years, she did not have a women's locker room?
Negative.
Okay.
So we do have a line, we're going to go ahead and get that studied and engineered, and as soon as we get some cost items, we're going to put that in as soon as we can to get it done.
So just to follow up then, if you hire female firefighters, can they only work in one building?
They can work in any of the buildings. We have co-ed bathrooms, and there's locks on the doors, and they're designated as co-ed, and at present, due to the circumstances we're in, we're allowed to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Watson-Feld.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy. I have one more question. Are there security cameras inside the firehouses?
We have no cameras inside the firehouse, absolutely none. We have them on the exterior of the building. I've gone ahead and secured the administrative wing. You now have to ring a doorbell and get buzzed in. We have cameras. We film everybody that comes into the administrative wing. And in conjunction with police, there are cameras on the exterior of the building.
Nothing interior, then?
Not at this time. No plans to do so.
You all set? Anyone else? Thank you, Chief.
Actually, one last capital budget item.
sure.
I'm sorry.
No.
There's a line to do some work at Station 5, similar to what we just did at headquarters. We're looking to replace the ramp, which is sunken in, caved in. The sidewalks are all destroyed. The curbing's falling out from the building. There's a sewer line damage. So it's about $100,000, and it's another project that came in at $180,000, and I cut it back to $100,000. So I'm certain we can get it done for that cost, and I appreciate the support. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you. Thanks. Next up would be Harbor Master, tab 14. And someone remind me to call Councilor Turiel after this, and he put together the schedule last year. We kind of went with it again. I'm like, when I looked at it, I did a how to look when I started running through the budget book. Who put all these together in one meeting? I was like, oh. Yeah, my good friends at DPS over there that will not be answering my phone call at 7:15 tomorrow morning like I usually call them. Yeah, they're giving me the evil eye over there. I can see him now. Yeah, I know. He's giving me the evil eye. Yeah. I own it. I put my name to it. I own it. It's my fault.
Good evening. I think I've met almost everybody in here, but I'm Bill McHugh, and I serve as your harbor master. Last year started out very aggressively, and that started out with the tail end of fiscal year 2021 and flowed into, obviously, this year, fiscal year 2022. I attribute that, I think, to the pandemic and people getting out on the water in more numbers and earlier. We had favorable outcomes, but you measure calls, and it's not the number of calls, it's the type of call and the outcome, and these are life-saving calls. Already this year, it looks like we're heading down that same road, maybe even a little bit quicker. This weekend was a robust weekend for calls, and already lives saved, people taken from the water. So with that said, I'm happy to say that we have completed a new build, completely with FEMA funds and matching funds from the Harbor Master Winter Storage Program on Winter Island, where we store the boats. That purchased another vessel, which we were awarded the FEMA funds in 2020. We immediately went to work. We had two vendors, which we identified as potential vendors with a vessel that would be compatible to Salem's mission. We found that Safe Boat International out of Bremerton, Washington, most closely matched and had the best vessel for the price. Happy to say we got the delivery of the vessel this winter, fully commissioned in the water, and it was used yesterday and very successful. One of the things that allowed us to do is we received a 2012 grant award, which built our Armstrong Fast Cat, and that has been our staple year-round multi-mission boat since 2012. And this has allowed us to take that vessel and pay a little bit more attention to it, put it up for maintenance. Right now she's up in Gloucester getting some much-needed maintenance done on the propulsion units, the outboards. She'll be coming back down, coming out of the water again, and have additional work done on the hull. So that redundancy and the council's help and my colleagues at the police station helping with the grant has really put us in a position to make a difference. Our biggest challenges this year, you're going to hear the same thing from me as you have colleagues, is personnel. We have one other FTE other than myself, that's the Deputy Harbor Master, puts in a ton of hours, does great work. All winter long, when we don't have any of the part-time help employed, we do keep a few on the payroll just for those moments when we need them. It's him and I with all the responses, the office work, permitting, any type of grant writing, things like that. But we have lost people. We have lost them to mandatory vaccine requirements, really talented hands with that for years, and just through attrition. We're trying to bring in people, new people. We have some interviews this week. One of the things that's a challenge is the maritime skill set is paramount. And it's not the maritime skill set where, you know, I own a boat or my parents owned a boat. It's not a recreational maritime skill set. It's a skill set that requires the person to go out and be part of the solution, not part of the problem, and most often in inclement weather or under stressful circumstances. So we're working on that. What it means is we're covering the watches. It means that you'll see me on the water a lot more on weekends, maybe at midnight, on midnight shifts. Same thing with the Deputy Harbor Master. He covers a lot of the odd shifts throughout the clock that we have vacancies in. We're hoping, we did get a couple of new hires that are excellent. One is came aboard last year. He's a Coast Guardsman, Bill Record police officer, checks all the boxes, both maritime and law enforcement. So we're fortunate to have him. We have another that is a PVD police officer. Unfortunately, because he's in his year probationary status, he can't work for us this year. So took him out of the equation. One of the things that we did this year that I think is going to help with personnel is we implemented back at the end of last summer, we started implementing a harbor management, web-based harbor management program. We had a vendor that we had been looking at for several years. They came up with a program that really works well for Salem. What it does is it's web-based so that there's less paper coming in for mooring permit applications. It's all done online. It comes in on the computer. We approve it, and then it immediately populates to a web-based website where people can see where they are on the wait list. It also, for compliance, allows us, and we just picked up a new tablet, so that when the boats go out, we can make better use of time with compliance. Everything is on a GIS-type map, so it shows what boat should be on that mooring. And this is not just for collection of fees, this is for safety. So that if someone puts a boat that's too large for the gear that's there, it's going to be immediately recognizable with this new system. So what I'm hoping is that will ease things off the office and get us out on the water a little bit more. You will see that I did make some increases. I have some concerns. The increases in the operational budget are basically maintenance. It was a small increase in fuel. It amounted to about $2,625, I'm pretty sure. I'm rethinking the fuel budget right now. When I prepared this fuel budget, it was in February, and the price of fuel is at least $2.50 a gallon more on the water and probably rising. I'm going to try to make up some of that with a different style of patrol, and hopefully I'm successful. Hopefully also that the fuel starts to stabilize. We can't control the emergency calls, which throw everything out the window and make us have to put multiple vessels out at high rates of speed. So that's one aspect. On the personnel end, we did reduce our part-time seasonals back when we were asked for cuts due to the COVID pandemic. So we're trying to get back up to that level, and I think we're just about there. We do have additional training requirements mandated for the law enforcement harbor masters, they will fall under the post. And for the ones that are just maritime-related, they still have training requirements under the Harbor Master Training Council appointed by the governor. So you will see some increases. I did ask for an increase in the deputy harbor master's salary, which I did get a portion of that, which I'm grateful for. I want to thank the mayor and the finance director for that. He puts a tremendous amount of hours in. He is well under the average for surrounding communities. So that's where we're at. I'm willing to take any questions that anybody has regarding the budget, and I am willing to discuss some of the capital plans I put in. The capital plans are fairly modest, and I expect to fund them through the Winter Island Boat Storage Program. So I'm not really looking to get money from the general fund for those.
Thank you. And for the record, I have the pleasure of serving on the Port Authority with the Harbor Master, and I can't speak to the volume of between the Harbor Master and Seth Luttrell, the importance of these two individuals and the time that we're in right now with what's going on with the footprint site and the potential of which is a conversation for many, many other days with the footprint site and bringing in wind energy and a marshalling yard there. And I think we're well situated to make sure that these two individuals are kept in the positions they're in, because they know this stuff inside and out, and they're a great asset for us in this community. So with that being said, Councilor Masillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is really around the law enforcement and the education. The number that's popping out to me is the 45,000. Is that wrong?
Yes, so it didn't transpose correctly from my budget. The numbers are actually ones and twos. So let me pull out, when it was transferred over to the website, it did not translate correctly.
That was huge.
Good catch.
Yes, so those numbers are like one city violation, two, and they go all the way through. They're pretty consistent each year for the last few years.
Thank you. That was shocking when I
Yeah,
read it. Yeah,
it was shocking, and I didn't see it till tonight.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. So can you talk a little bit about the education budget and what you're using it for and all that?
Yes, so primarily the education budget is used for maybe qualification. We help supplement the cost of ammunition with that. But it's also used to run candidates that have proven to show an aptitude and show a commitment through a law enforcement training program. The standard used to be the Reserve Academy run by the MPTC. That's no longer available. So the Harbor Master Training Council, which is a training council appointed by the governor for the Commonwealth, has implemented a curriculum of 248 hours for basic law enforcement for harbor masters. So they would go to something like that. That's what those funds would be used for. It's usually one or two people a year that could do that. The other training that I referenced, which would be the additional law enforcement for law enforcement harbor masters, has been implemented by the Post Commission through the MPTC, and that's the Bridge Academy. That right now is free of charge. It's just a lot of man-hours to pay to get through. So it turns out, it's 120 hours of in-person and another 80 hours of online. So you're looking at about 200 hours to get people through that. And that's a cost right now in the personnel line item for those individuals that choose to go through it and remain a law enforcement harbor master. And when I say law enforcement, that means full police powers. The other harbor masters have powers under 90B to just enforce waterway regulations.
Just to follow up, do you have any education for boaters?
So we do that in partnership with Coast Guard Auxiliary and through the environmental police. We try to find training programs. The COVID did knock us out the last couple of years, so it went to a web-based program. So you use like a boat EDU website, and you find an online program and then a proctored test. I am working with the local auxiliary flotilla to run a couple of boating classes, as well as the Manchester Harbor Master. We try to share it and try to fill the classes as we can.
Thank you.
Those are not something we pay for. Those are something that are offered. There might be a modest fee to the actual course taker.
Council McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is sort of broad because your budget is relatively small in terms of line items, and I wanted to ask how your current staffing levels and your current capabilities stack up when you look at anticipated need relative to the port development and the offshore wind staging. And I know that not all of that is firm. No one knows exactly what we're going to need, but it seems like you're running pretty skinny. And I just wonder what you anticipate needing to happen in terms of preparation for the harbor in order to accommodate that, and what kind of impact you think it's going to have on your operations.
Yeah, thank you for that question. We're accustomed to providing support in the past to the power station with international vessels visiting. We also have hosted years past the cruise ships that came in since 2014, and that's been done primarily with my department, taking the lead. We are skinny. We do a lot with a little. We're proud of that. We do a lot of hands-on. There's a lot of boat. The reason I'm dressed the way I am is because I had a clean uniform on when I came to visit the City Hall to the kindergartners, and it was no longer clean by 1500 because I was on a boat working on the boat. So we do a lot in-house. We're pretty savvy the way we purchase things. We use a lot of grant money. The engines are probably, the Achilles heel of most of your components on a boat. The open boats, obviously, the marine electronics suffer first, but at least the cabin boats, it's the engines. And we buy through GSA. We had a vendor that was giving us fantastic numbers with a high yield on the warranties, and that vendor stopped producing marine propulsion units. So we just found Suzuki. They picked up that. None of the other manufacturers, whether it was Mercury or Yamaha, they wouldn't even give the engines to government. It's all going to be retail, and the prices were all sky high. Suzuki picked it up. They're competitive pricing, and what we try to go is for that warranty. We try to identify an engine that's going to be a problem. So if we get an engine it's a Monday or a Friday engine, or whatever you want to call it, and it's shown to be high on warranty claims for 3 years, we look at moving that engine along or putting it on a second line, depending on what the problems are. So we try to be smart in the way we approach things. We could always use more money. I'm questioning the fuel budget now, but I understand this constraints, and we're going to do our best to stay within our budget, which we always do.
Let me just add one additional comment. As we are working on the offshore wind proposal, we certainly will also be talking about a community benefits agreement, like we did with the power plant, to augment costs, better understand how is this going to impact what our traditional roles might be and traditional budgets might look like, and look to get some partnership with the private sector, contributions that are being made to improve that port area.
Thank you for that. Do you anticipate there will be any uses of the harbor for residents or other commercial enterprises that may be negatively impacted? I mean, that's kind of squishy, but do you think that the level of use and the types of uses that we have now are all still going to be viable?
I do. I think we've always enjoyed a multi-use waterway. Whether it was, I think people forget how many oil deliveries and how many coal deliveries used to come in. These type of operations with the offshore wind, I think for some people, it may, everybody has a different level of how they perceive things. But I think they're also going to create a curiosity. The tourism factor to see these things is going to be pretty large. So I anticipate an increase in some of the transient boaters. We have seen an increase already in transient boaters coming to Salem in the past, 5-6 years. And I think, we can do well managing the waterway. And again, everyone that's operating these commercial vessels are professionals. Communication's excellent. We're used to working with most of them in the past anyway, so.
Thank you.
Council Cohen.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy, not being a member of the committee. I just want to make a comment, how much in awe I am of how much work a few people do. And I've been going to the meetings before wind was really part of the formula, and I'm going to echo what Council McCarthy said. I feel we're very lucky in Salem to have you and Seth and the way you're navigating us to the next place with the wind.
I thank you, and I got to just say that this Seth is a tremendous asset. He does a great job, and he's a good partner in everything maritime. I mean, the things he works on with me are far and beyond just the wind projects.
Anyone else? Just a couple quick things before I let you go. First weekend with the ferry, how did we make out? As most people, for clarification, we own the ferry, so.
Yep. So we were fortunate. I'm sure everybody saw the general manager of BHC on the news complaining about, personnel, which we've all spoken about. But I will say the ferry took off its first day. We had increased ridership with the commuters because the commuter train was down. And so some people got a taste of the ferry, and I think it's carried over. They did a good job running it. We had a little bit of wind. I was a little bit concerned. We were going to have to cancel some runs, but they did a good job getting through. We had a very robust weekend. The weather was good. One of the disappointments was the landing opened up on Friday, and it didn't open up for the rest of the weekend because of personnel shortages. It is going to be open this weekend, I'm told. I've been in constant contact with them, so we're trying to get in a regular schedule. They think they have additional people hired now. So, by the time we get into full swing of the season, it'll be Thursday through Sunday, well advertised and open during clement conditions. The ferry itself, just as a note, is going to, at the end of the season, is going to go through a major overhaul. And I want to thank everyone here, the mayor, finance director, and the council, for making sure we have those monies. Transmissions, went out to bid, we've already procured those. Next will be the OEM vendors for the engine teardowns, the machining, and we'll be well on our way. BHC is going to provide the engineering and shipyard services, which is important because they're the ones that operate the vessel, so they're not going to shortchange any maintenance because they're stuck with the background. So it's important to have people that are intimately familiar, that do the routine maintenance on the vessel, day in, day out, month in, month out, to be a part of this capital improvement on machinery. So I'm excited, for the ferry this year. I think she looks good. It was a good start, and hopefully we have a good summer to continue.
And the one last question, the Willows Pier.
And I was ready for that one. So we're in a good position. We are a little bit, we're way behind schedule to where we wanted to be. This project was brought forward about 8 years ago, believe it or not. It was a conversation between myself and Fishing and Boating Access. It was brought before the Parks Commission, because it is park property, and they unanimously agreed to pursue it. We did, the way the Fishing and Boating Access believes their funds is through the sale of fishing licenses. And we were next in line behind Deer Island. Deer Island was in its planning and permitting stage when we brought our project forward with them. When they completed that, they were over budget, which happens in this type of construction, and they had to replenish their funds. And right now, they're looking for appropriation, and they have to, once they appropriate the funds, they have to spend their funds all in the same fiscal year. So there's a couple things going on here. Final design of the pier is pretty much done. It's going to go up the same distance, which is roughly 345 feet. It's going to have a 60-foot T on the end, which is going to increase the space out in the deeper water for fishing. It's going to have certain attributes like benches staggered, low voltage lighting, things like that, which will make it more conducive to people coming down, getting the ice cream, getting a bag of popcorn, strolling out on it. Myself and the Parks Director recognized some of the challenges when the pier was landed alongside or up against the land. The pier is going to be about 3.5 feet tall, and that's to help mitigate effects of sea level rise and sea conditions during storms. You might ask, why not higher? Because it's a fishing pier, and it cuts down on its productivity, and it actually, the Department of Marine Fisheries is very sensitive to that, because when it's a catch and release, and you drop a fish in the pad, it doesn't survive. So we're splitting the difference here. It looks like it's going to get a favorable approval. One of the things that's going to drive the construction costs up is 158 pilings in the design, and every single almost every single one of them has to be rock socketed into the ledge, because there's not enough sediment to drive piles. The existing pier, the pier that was raised this winter, due to being a hazard of navigation and a traffic nuisance, actually, the reason it had so many timbers is they sat like timber table legs on the ledge. So a couple of storms I went down there, I saw the whole thing come up and collided. So this is going to be a different, more resilient design. It's going to come with a price tag. And right now, the portion they're working on is making sure that the land area where the pier lands on the park is going to be in the best possible shape for two things. To make sure that we don't have undermining there. We have storm drains we need to inspect and things like that. Make sure the seawall is going to be tight enough to accept it, and make sure it's accessible. So there's quite a pitch and slope there that we're concerned about. So you may see some site work there, some hardscape work to go in conjunction, so that we're not putting in a new pier and then having to come back and do it.
Excellent. I kind of knew those answers, but I want to make sure everyone else knows.
Happy to answer.
Appreciate it. Anyone else? Seeing none, going to go to my go-to guy tonight, Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that we approve the personnel portion at $368,382.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the Harbor Master's personnel budget in the amount of $368,382. Seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? It's 5-0. Approved. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that we approve the non-personnel portion at $46,725.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the non-personnel expenditures in the amount of $46,725, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? 5-0. The matter carries. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that we approve the department total at $415,107.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the department total in the amount of $415,107, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? The matter carries 5-0. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next up, we have Public Services and Engineering, which is 20 and 21. Are they going to fire up that grill? Who's firing up the grill? Bring the heat. Does the heat have a tow hitch on it?
You'll all be invited to the first one.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. With us tonight, we have Mr. Knowlton and Mr. Joden to talk about engineering and public services. First up is Public Services, tab 20. Dave, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
You got to talk into it. You got to either grab it and bring it up or hold it.
I'll get used to it.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good to see everyone tonight. Good to see everybody back in this nice room. Appreciate your support over the years for everything we do at DPS and engineering. I'm very proud of the staff that we have. They're very talented, they're very motivated, and they do a great job day to day. There's always curveballs that we are dealt with and or are thrown at us. But, you know, we do our best to respond in an appropriate way and keep things moving. So just wanted to start out with Public Services General Administration. You'll see, I can talk about personnel first. Like all the other departments in the city, we are struggling to get to a full contingent of employees. We're down approximately 7 people right now, 5 on the general side and 2 on the water and sewer side. They range from mechanics to truck drivers to a second shift person that we've had before that was really helpful in the past. But we're actively looking for people, and you know, we hope to get back up there as soon as we can. We actively recruit, we post on different websites, and it's taking time. So the one thing that we are doing with our salary side, requesting to add a senior fleet foreman to DPS, and that would be a non-union position, kind of like another general foreman that would be in between Ray and I and the union folks that are in the mechanics motor pool. This person would help with helping our head working foreman and there we go. Okay. Working on workflow, scheduling work, ordering parts, things like that. So, and then also controlling our inventory a little bit better. So we're asking for, it's spread out over the 3 different divisions. There's general administration, there's water, and then there's sewer enterprise. So that salary is spread out over all 3 of those, and it's about a $25,000 add to our budget. On the expense side, we're fairly level funded, although we have a couple of increases that you'll see relative to contracted services. That's the biggest one. And then also on our general maintenance, ground maintenance for parks, there's about a $7,000 increase on that side. And that really had to do with some work we want to do in some of the ball fields, the Forest River Field, and then also the McGrath Park soccer field. We want to seed and aerate the grass, and that's a cost that we're sharing with the Park and Rec Department, so it's a 50-50 cost split for that. Under contracted services, we have about $180,000 increase this year. And the biggest driver of that is the cleaning services that we're doing, and we want to increase that in the downtown area, the business district, the real tourist area of the city. We have a contractor that we've used in a limited capacity over the last couple of years. It's worked out. We want to engage them more. They do power washing. They sweep clean up areas, they paint bollards, straighten street signs, things like that. So that's a $100,000 increase to the budget that we had last year for that. Then we also had our grass cutting contract. We just redid that, and that came in higher than last year. It's about a $42,000 increase. But we actually have now 2 contractors. They're working out really well. And we're staying on top of the maintenance that we need in our parks. And then lastly, we are carrying some weekend coverage for the transfer station. And that's a contractor that actually manages the drop-off for yard waste and the tree and brush drop-off there. So that's a new expense to the tune of $40,000. So that, those up, you get the 180. That's really the big changes to the general administration budget for DPS. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Just want to say that we've run out of microphone time on these, though, so I think that's a sign.
Council Hapler. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think, Dave, thank you for this. I know this is a budget that we could all triple or quadruple in a lot of ways. There's always needs and always things that we want and always things that people in the city want. Two things I saw in here that you asked for that you weren't able to get. I just wanted to just get your take on them. The first one was $75,000 in Lappin Park. No, I was sitting out there the other day noticing just that we just replanted all that grass, and then it's such a heavily trafficked area. Was the thought that would be, I'm just curious for future budgets, was the thought that would be hardscaped in some way, or there'd be something that would be more resilient to just the people that are walking there constantly?
So we will be replacing the sod that's there and or the grass that's there as part of the project, and also replacing the fencing that's around it to try and keep people off. It is used a lot, gets a lot of foot traffic on it for sure. The reason why we didn't have it in our budget, it was a request initially, but it was a request that we made through CDBG funds, so that will get funded through CDBG. So we will be doing those improvements there.
But will be sod again?
Yeah, it'll be sod and some more area, impervious areas around the trees that are there that will help with the walking along.
Okay, I think that, I guess there's clearly like a desire from the people who use that space to walk on it, because they're doing it constantly, and it looked great when it was redone, and then just, over time. And I guess if there were fences that were some sort of something that would keep people off, I think that would be great there. If there was but it sounded like you're saying like the pour and play that they were going to put around there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or that material that's there around the trees,
Okay.
to protect the trees, and give them a good chance to grow. It's a tough place to grow grass too, because the height is all around it. It doesn't get a lot of sun.
It is, yeah. And you see that more and more downtown, where I feel like there's well-intentioned developers or the city that are trying to plant grass and make it work, and it's just not with the way that it's used. The other one, it was $20,000 for planting material downtown. What was that for? I guess
That was to do some flower planting. Let's see if I can do it this way. Planting flowers in the flower beds that are around us. We got some empty beds, there's tree pits that have the ability to put flowers in. I believe we're going to possibly do a short-term capital request to the council to get that funded. We have a plan in place, it's just a matter of putting it together. Putting that together with the council.
Got it. Thank you.
Can I just add, on Lappin Park, Ray's done an amazing job trying to come up with alternatives. We did look at putting in a artificial turf surface there, but we were not able to get a lot of strong support for that from the landscape architects who live in our community. So we're really trying to best understand how can we invest in that space that we all love. It's so visible, it's so well used, but not just continue to replant sod, every 3 years. It's a costly item to do that. But the soil gets compacted, you've got folks walking dogs on it, just a lot of foot traffic. And yet the synthetic turf is not high on the list of what folks are interested in. So this will be another attempt at taking the area underneath trees where, it's really difficult to have grass grow because of all the shade, put in place some sod, put some better fencing up to try and diminish the type of use that really does damage to the grass, and see how this one works out.
And thank you. I would just add that the hardscape's not always a bad option. I'm sure that you're all looking at that, but especially with the trees that are already there, there is shade. It wouldn't be a heat island, I don't think. And I think that the way people use that is dining and lounging, and they don't necessarily need grass to do that. That's just my 2 cents from what I observed there. Thank you.
Anyone else? I will just say that Dave and Ray are two of my almost daily or every other day calls, and it's usually about something goofy. It's like, I just was driving up Memorial Drive and there's a dead skunk. Ray, can you send someone over to pick it up? Yep, I'll put someone on it. I mean, because half the time I'm driving to work or something, I don't have the time to pull over and do see-click fix, and these guys always answer the calls, and it always gets addressed. And if I have to talk to Dave one more time when I get home from work, when Dave's already home, and say, can you explain to me why the trash truck didn't come today, and I'm already getting phone calls, it broke, okay? At least you know, so you can put it out. So whatever it is, these guys, when I spoke earlier about the frontline service, and those are the things that the average citizens looks for. They want their trash picked up. Just the general maintenance and cleanliness of our parks and all of that. That's what, and you guys are the front line on that, and you and your staff, just relay to your staff what a wonderful job I think you guys try to do. I mean, obviously, I'm dealing with myself and my own business. Everyone else, can anecdotally explain with even their own workplaces, trying to find staff. It's very difficult, and with a short staff and the amount of, the demands don't change. So thank you for all the work that you and you guys do. Councilor Cohen.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy, not being a member of the committee. Having worked for Mr. Knowlton and with Mr. Jordan, I've seen, just like with the harbor master, how few people can do a lot of work. And as Councilor Hapworth says all the time, what people care about is what they notice on a day-to-day basis. So it's picking up trash and making sure the potholes and the sidewalks are fixed. And again, we're very lucky to have this team, and hopefully the retention will get better over time, because it's very hard to, as Ray and I talk about quite a bit, it's very hard to retain people in these trades because they have a lot of choices right now.
Thank you. Councilor Massot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, I think I brought this up last year, too. You have this great data tool in SeeClickFix, and you guys should pat yourselves on the back a little bit more, and if there's a way that you could publish those statistics and put it out on the social media sites so that we can share it, I think it's really important for people to know that it works. I'm constantly telling people to log this stuff in SeeClickFix, and sometimes they don't believe me that it will get addressed. And so I know that you guys have the data for this, and so if you could just regularly put out a nice little graphic that, like the stuff we do for COVID, but break it down by category and how much has been closed out and fixed, that would be so helpful.
Yeah, we're actually paying a lot more attention to the what we call the city stat efforts, and I think we can certainly think about how we communicate that better. Those data points, I think, are key. I enjoy them. You'll also be happy to know that we are embarking on a 311 program that will make it easier for people. You won't even need to use your app. If you have a cell phone in Salem, you can dial 311. You'll get connected to one of our existing staff who will take that information and log it in for you. So we are trying to make it as user-friendly as possible, and that's frankly due to Dave and Ray and Sean and the team's leadership pushing, we've been pushing for this. COVID slowed us down a little bit. With IT, I should add Matt in there to, one, have the data statistics, but also make it easier for people to communicate with us from a customer service tool. So look for that, I think, later this week. It's available now, but we just wanted to do a soft launch so that we didn't get too overwhelmed before we were using it, and I think by all accounts, so far so good.
Councilor Dominguez, not being a member of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo all of the good comments that we hear from everyone. I want to thank you for your service and for what you're doing, and I have to say that your department is very responsive. All the time when I have the opportunity to call, I get an answer. But my question to you, based on the fact that we are in a lack of personnel, do you think that your personnel in terms of salary are well represented right now? Or you think we have anyone under this salary that might be in a way not too attractive to stay here in Salem or to attract new people in?
So we're about 20%, we're about 20% of our staff at DPS is non-white. So we think we're doing a good job bringing those folks along. We're always looking for good, qualified people. We don't just take anybody. We're trying to build a good culture. So we want people that can communicate well, that are hardworking, and can function with our department and interact with residents and businesses, and we think we're doing a good job with that. Retention is always a challenge as well. There's other organizations out there that are looking for help, and they're always trying to poach our employees, and so we do sometimes lose them. But we're doing everything we can to make it an enjoyable, rewarding experience to work for the city, and make everybody feel like they're part of the team and they're all helping. So I think that does help us.
Thank you.
What's up? Anyone else? Council Varela's shrugging his shoulders.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy, not being a member of the committee, through you to Mr. Joden and Mr. Knowlton. Just wanted to quickly, if you guys could let me know about under the expenditures, the contracted services. I know that is going up quite a bit. I understand, is it due to staffing, or is it just in general, there's a need for more contracted services within the city?
Yeah, I think it is. It's kind of a combination of both. We don't have enough people to do everything that we really want to do, so we have to rely on contractors, and we're kind of at the mercy of the bidding climate right now. So, the grass cutting contract did go up, and it's just kind of the reality of things.
Anyone else? Councilor Hapworth on 652.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that we approve the personnel budget of $1,958,474.
Council Hapworth moves to approve the personnel budget in the amount of $1,958,474, seconded by Councilor Watson Felt. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect I saw 4 hands plus my own. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that we approve the non-personnel budget of $1,719,800.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the non-personnel budget in the amount of $1,719,800, seconded by Councilor Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect I saw 4 hands plus my own. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that we approve the department total of $3,678,274.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the departmental total in the amount of $3,678,274, seconded by Councilor Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect I saw 4 hands plus my own. And we go with that one. Do we want to just deal with the capital questions all at once? We'll do both budgets, and then you tell us how many trucks you want to buy and how many backhoes and whatever else is in the budget? That's when Ray nods his head dropping down a lot. He wants. No, we'll do general engineering, then we can do both at the same time. Yeah. Where are we?
If we're going to do general engineering,
Yeah.
that is page 674.
Yep, exactly. There you go. Snow and ice, my favorite budget.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I skip?
664.
Yeah, I wanted to skip snow and ice.
That's my favorite budget. I love that budget.
Yeah.
Page 664. Dave, can you talk to us about snow and ice?
Yep, we enjoy it
In the
every
middle
year.
of June.
This is one of the budgets that doesn't change, regardless of what we spend. We have the ability to recoup that money over time that we spend over the budget. We did see, we had, I think, 4 or 5 storms that were worthy of plowing. So it wasn't a terrible winter, but we did have that one blizzard where we had close to 24 inches of snow, and that was a long duration. Most of the costs of the storm are typically related to the duration and the amount of snow that we have to deal with, whether we're removing snow afterwards, or if it's just taking a long time to have contractors, out there with our people clearing the snow. Then there's always salting issues that we have that are sprinkled in between the different storms that we have. One thing you will notice is we did spend more on salt this year. That's due to the fact that we have a new salt shed. So we actually have had the ability this year to store about $50,000 worth of salt in the shed that we can use for next year. So we have a large capacity for salt right now, which is good, where before we were just having the salt out in the open elements, and we would lose a portion of that when it got wet, it was frozen. So that's pretty much it. It's the same budget that we had last year, we had for a consistent number of years.
You're good with that, Councilor Watson-Felt? She gave me the thumbs up, like, she doesn't want to talk about snow and ice, she just wants to approve and get to the next one. I'm with you, because we talked about this in the budget, in the council retreat, generally, which is fine. Anyone else? Seeing none. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the personnel budget for snow and ice at $50,000.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the snow and ice personnel budget, the amount of $50,000, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? That matter carries 5-0. The next up, Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the snow and ice non-personnel budget of $408,935.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the non-personnel budget for snow and ice in the amount of $408,935, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect this off 5 hands. What's my own? Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the department total of $458,935.
Councilor Hapworth moves the department total for the snow and ice in the amount of $458,935, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect this off 5 hands. What's wrong? Now we can go to engineering. Dave, you haven't included any of yourself in any of these pictures when you show engineering pictures. I just want to let you know that.
No, I'm usually taking them.
Are you usually taking them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
I'm kidding, too. Is there any, do you want to talk about any big changes in this?
On the engineering, general
The
fund?
engineering side, yeah.
Yeah. Not a lot of changes. We do, we're currently looking for a new business manager. Michael Saprizio, who was here last year, has moved on. So that's kind of the biggest challenge right now, is just getting that person in. That is a key role in engineering and is starting to become more involved with DPS functions as well. So that's really the biggest change, I guess, right now from last year. We had some minor changes on some of the expenditures, but they were fairly small.
No one's got anyone on this one? I'm getting a lot of those nods, like, no, it's all good. No, don't ask about that one. No. Seeing no questions on this. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the personnel budget of $158,461.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the personnel budget amount of $158,461, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? The record reflect, I saw 4 hands plus my own. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the non-personnel budget of $26,000.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the non-personnel budget amount of $26,000, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. Seeing no further questions, all those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect, I saw 4 hands plus my own. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the department total of $184,461.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the departmental total in the amount of $184,461, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? The matter carries. Capital. Oh, wait a second, hold on. What else is in here? What's that? Is sewer enterprise on for tonight? It is? Well, since he's here. Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if there are questions regarding water or sewer.
And trash.
And trash, right.
What tab are we, where would that be?
It's 28
28, thank you. I knew it
and
was down there
29.
somewhere.
And 30.
Wow. Wow. Gotta shoot myself.
I think we talked a little bit about this budget during the retreat, that the cost of operating our water and sewer system is, these are the expenditures, then we then back into our rates for water and sewer, and we're anticipating rates going up 2.5%.
So water and sewer at 2.35% and trash at 2.5%. And what you don't see in the budget, it's a little bit wonky, but there are indirect costs that the enterprise funds pay to the general fund. So those are costs, for those that aren't familiar with indirect costs, those are costs that are basically the overhead that the general fund provides that the enterprise funds would have to otherwise pay for themselves if they were truly a standalone entity. So those don't get appropriated in the enterprise fund because they're already technically appropriated in the general fund. And so where you see the water or the sewer fund going up slightly less than that 2.35%, it's because that difference then are those indirect costs that the enterprise funds have to pay to the general fund. So if you're looking to try to match those up, that's what that variance is all about.
Can you refresh my memory? Our trash contract, the non-enterprise fund, the contract for, our regular pickup for the average citizen, as opposed to the multifamily ones. How many more years are we in that contract?
2 more?
2 more years.
Yeah.
2 more years? And so the uptick in the trash, this one, is just because the increased cost because of...
The escalator built into the
Escalator
contract.
built in there? Nothing to do with, like, gas or...
They requested an increase, but it's not, it's not built into the contract, so we're just providing the regular 2.5% increase, and I think we're very grateful that we're not going out to bid right now for this particular expense. And we do have 2 more years. We had some discussions with Waste Management about opportunities to extend this contract and think about maybe even a weekly recycling pickup, but we just can't get there with them right now. We're going to continue to have that dialogue. They're having a tough time staffing what they're currently doing for us as well, so we'll continue to revisit those discussions. But we have a contract for next year. It includes a 2.5% escalator, and that's what the trash enterprise budget reflects.
Okay. Any other questions? We're on sewer right now. We're on page 757.
So the budget for the sewer DPS side on the enterprise is relatively the same, except for that additional cost for the senior fleet foreman in the motor pool, which is that $27,000 that you see under the salary, but the expenses are essentially the same. Some slight adjustments, that's it.
I'm sorry.
Council Watson-Felt.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy, apologies.
No.
But that's the same person, right? This is just the same person divided across the multiple budget lines?
Allocating them to
Got it.
different.
Great, thank you.
And just from the outcomes and performances, why is it that I'm sure it's just why is it usually it's around 30 backups a year when it comes to sewer? I mean, is it just the age of the system? We're just going to, every year, you're just going to anticipate somewhere right around 30, no matter what?
Yeah, age is definitely
Okay.
a consideration, but it's also the use,
Okay.
If you're putting a lot of rags down the toilet, that tends to cause problems.
We've had issues in the downtown with grease, with fog issues, fats, oils, and grease. And so we've tried to work with inspectional services to sort of tackle that when our health inspectors are out. We've seen increases in the downtown, and there are known offenders that we try and work with to address that situation.
Yeah. Anyone else on sewer? Council Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the personnel budget in the amount of $513,053.
Council Hapworth moves to approve the personnel budget for sewer in the amount of $513,053, seconded by Councilor Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect this off 4 hands plus my own. Council Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the non-personnel budget in the amount of $182,295.
What's that? No, I know that. Isn't it 182, 295? Is that what
Yep.
you said?
That's what I said, right?
Yeah, okay, just double checking. Okay. Council Hapworth moves to approve the non-personnel expenditures in the amount of $182,295, seconded by Council Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect this off 4 hands plus my own. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the department total in the amount of $695,348.
Council Hapworth moves to approve the departmental total for sewer in the amount of $695,348, seconded by Councilor Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect this off 4 hands plus my own. I'm not loud enough? Who said that? Wow. Okay. I'll be louder. Let's see, where are we going next? Water?
Sewer engineering, I believe?
Sewer and sewer enterprise.
Page 766.
Yep. Yeah. Dave, you have anything else more to say about sewer? No. It's good.
Something happens, you can say.
Yeah, it breaks, we fix it. Where does the SESD assessment come in? Is that in here?
That comes in under the treasurer's portion, I believe.
Okay, never mind.
So I think that's on for tomorrow.
Nope, that's fine. Okay. I thought it came in there, I was just making sure I wasn't going to miss it. I love talking about that. Seeing no questions. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the personnel budget in the amount of $202,076.
Councilor Hapworth moves to move the personnel budget the amount of $202,076, seconded by Councilor Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect that I saw 4 hands plus my own. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the non-personnel budget in the amount of $755,450.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the enterprise fund for non-personnel in the amount of $755,450, seconded by Councilor Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? The matter carries. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the department total of $957,526.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the departmental total in the amount of $957,526, seconded by Councilor Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? The matter carries. Is that better? Oh, thank you. I can't see anymore.
I believe tab 29, page 785 is Water Enterprise Public Services.
we skipping the sewer enterprise long-term debt, or are we taking it up under the different one?
I believe that will be with the treasurer tomorrow.
Okay, yep, okay. 785.
Tab 29, page 785.
This is all coming back to me now. Water enterprise fund.
So this once again has the salary for the senior fleet foreman portion of it, 27,192 in the salary portion, personnel, and then some minor adjustments on the expense line. Lines.
So that's why there's no real percent changes in this, other than that. Yeah. It's pretty much the same as last year. The one thing, and it's nothing to do with your department, I can bring this up later, but when we talk about multiple budgets with multiple funding sources for personnel, is there any way we can put like an appendix at the end to like clarify what their exact pay is? Because, I mean, unless you know how many budgets they're getting paid out of, then it's pretty much, you'd have to go dive into each budget and figure out what percentage and then add them all up. I mean, I don't know how to do that without confusing anybody, but just to make, because, like, I know in some other positions and other budgets, some people are partially funded by grant funding, which we don't see any of that, so all of a sudden you're looking at someone who, when you're comparing to other people in the department, look like they're being underpaid or relative to someone else, but it doesn't take into account that they could be receiving $10,000 from some sort of grant that isn't reflected in their salary, so it makes it look like they're not being compensated accurately. So just a point of note, I don't know how you do that without confusing people, but it's like, when you look down and you see everyone broken down, then you get a certain percentage, but if you don't know how many budgets you're going back into, it's like, if it's not like 1 out of 4, then you don't know how many budgets you have to go back in and find out what their actual pay is.
I think for the public services, engineering, and water and sewer, we have a chart like that, but it only appears in one place, I believe in engineering, and perhaps we need to repeat it on all of the pages.
As long as it appears in one place, then maybe even if there was just a reference back to, so you don't have to keep repeating it, just because I think at some point you have to realize that, if you're not savvy with it, how many budgets you're adding actually together to get to the number.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, because if you aren't aware that it's on that other page, you wouldn't realize that it exists at all.
Yep. Especially when we get into like other departments that have a lot of grant funding, we don't list it, so you don't know you don't actually get an accurate depiction of what it is.
Yeah.
Thank you. What's that? Oh, it drives me something, yeah. We all set with this one? There's no real big changes other than the one that was brought up earlier. Councilor Happer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the personnel budget in the amount of $568,053.
Councilor Happer moves to approve the personnel budget in the amount of $568,053, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect this. So 4 hands plus my own. Councilor Happer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the non-personnel budget in the amount of $183,525.
Councilor Happer moves to approve the non-personnel public services expenditures in the amount of $183,525, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect this. So 4 hands plus my own. Councilor Happer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the department total in the amount of $751,578.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the departmental total in the amount of $751,578, seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those those opposed, none. I let the record reflect this, all 4 hands plus my own. It's,
183, and then the department total I see here is 643.
my department total is 751.
Oh, can I see? Yeah, let me see.
Now it's like, maybe I'm just getting punchy, but we've been doing it in this line. And this one was wrong, my last one was wrong too, but I thought after all these hours, maybe it was me. But this one didn't add up either. Yeah, mine doesn't say.
Counselor, apologies. I think your book we noticed that there was an error in the enterprise funds the other day, and I had believed we had updated all the books. My sincere apologies. It looks like we may have skipped your book inadvertently, and you still have a couple wrong pages in there, so I can get you new.
You're not crazy, Al.
You're not.
As long as we're approving the right total.
Yes, yes. I can update, I can get you some new copies to put in there. I'm so sorry about that.
Okay, so I'll just verbally here and not be concerned if it's incorrect or not. Okay, thank you.
It should only be in the enterprise fund.
It's only in the enterprise, and it's only the totals. Your individuals at the personnel expense should be correct. Yes. No, it's not you.
It's not you, it's us.
It was me.
So we'll go into Water Enterprise Fund, is that correct?
Page 795 in the same tab, tab 29, page 795. Apologies, page 794.
And as we're going through this, it's coming back to me like a nightmare from last year. We skipped this whole thing last year, and on the budget, we had to do it at the end.
Yep.
Because we didn't do this on the night that, and so now, this is why I have to make sure to correct that calendar for whoever does this next year, because this is way too long. I apologize.
No, we can do it.
Oh, we can do it. I'm not saying we can't do it, but we're already here, might as well do it. But all I'm saying is, I'm now remembering from last year that we skipped doing the enterprise funds and all that stuff, and then we had to do it on the last, actually, we had to do them right before oh, never mind. I digress. So we're looking at Water Enterprise Fund. Dave, any big changes? Not seeing any. Everything's, the present change is all pretty zeroed out except for salaries part-time, but I'm on page 794. Yeah, Water Enterprise Fund, page 794. It shows as a big percent increase, but it's only going from $2,000 to $55,000.
We did have some changes in the expenses.
Okay.
For this. And you can see that there was a $26,000 change from 2022 to this year. And that was because we had some software expenses that we had last year that we don't have this year.
Yep.
So those just dropped off.
Okay.
And then we had an increase in the water meter line for buying new water meters. If you remember, we're right at the end of our 10-year anniversary of installing new water meters throughout the city. And that first 10 years, we got, through warranties, we got the meters and the meter heads replaced for free. Now we're getting into the prorated, the warranties for 20 years, but we're getting into that prorated section now. So there's a percentage that we have to pay for every year as we get close to the 20 years. So that cost is coming up. So we just want to be aware of that and have the money to be able to purchase those meters and the meter.
Okey-doke. Councilor McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm exposing my ignorance a little bit here, but what is the utility of having the engineering and DPS budgets separated across these funds in this way? We're clearly working on water and sewer and this and that, but it's like the public services section first, then the engineering section. Look, why?
That's just the way the ordinances are set up. There's an engineering department, the city engineer is the department head, and there's a budget for that. And then there's DPS, there's a department head, there's a budget for that. But they both touch water and sewer enterprise.
Yeah, of course.
They are kind of joined, but there's water sewer billing and capital improvements that we do on the engineering side, and then there's the DPS operations that we do for repairs to mains and sewer backups and things like that. So it is kind of two separate things, but they are totally related, and they get folded back into the enterprise costs that you see there.
Okay.
Fair question. Anyone else? Council Hepworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the personnel budget in the amount of $202,586.
Council Hepworth moves to move the personnel budget in the amount of $202,586, seconded by Council Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect this off 4 hands plus my own. Council Hepworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the non-personnel budget in the amount of $597,050.
Council Hepworth moves to approve the non-personnel budget in the amount of $597,050, seconded by Councilor Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect I saw 4 hands plus my own. Council Hepworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the department total in the amount of $799,636.
Council Hepworth moves to approve the department total in the amount of $799,636, seconded by Councilor Watson Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect I saw 4 hands plus my own. The matter carries. Is there anything else, Anna?
The Trash Enterprise Fund is tab 30, page 815 is the budget summary.
Oh, there you go. Mayor, is that a picture you were in dungarees and a sweatshirt with, behind a pile of, I don't know, what's in the back of that truck?
Textile recycling.
Oh, is it textile recycling? Okay. That's a big truck.
So the biggest change, the personnel salary lines are essentially the same. The biggest change on the expense line is 5291, which is the actual solid waste collection and disposal costs, and those are reflective of the contractual increases that we have with our waste management contract. Then the other one is 5298, which is the trash removal for Baker's Island, which we provide. And we just bid that, and the cost came in a little bit higher. So it's another $7,000, almost $8,000 per year to provide that service.
It's funny, I haven't heard from them in a while. The people on Baker's Island. That just jinxed the whole thing.
We just had their supply boat, did you hear, pulled up to the dock and sunk to the bottom of the area right by the dock in literally 2 minutes. Everybody got off, rescue was fine, but the boat that brings provisions and whatnot, right to the bottom.
Because typically, the fire chief, every bunch of years, will come in, because they'll make a request that they would like the fire department's old turnout
hoses,
gear,
yeah,
the
old
hoses,
hoses,
because people who don't know, they have a retention pond and with a pump out there. That's how they do their fire protection.
Yep.
But I haven't heard from them in a while. Usually I get a phone call from some, I don't even know, it's been a while.
We'll let them know we just bid their trash and it came
Yeah,
in
we just bid
higher.
their trash, and they can still, the barge still just going to bring it in. So we hit the, you're going to ask the question, there you go.
Question.
Go ahead.
That's seasonal, right? Baker's Island?
Yes.
And we fully fund that trash removal?
Yes, they pay taxes to the city, and they're entitled to that service.
Agreed. I'm just thinking that multi-unit buildings pay a trash fee. I'm just wondering if we ever thought about offsetting some of that cost with a fee for that pickup?
I mean, we have, the ordinance says non-owner occupied, investor-owned properties pay a trash fee. So those are seasonal homes that are typically occupied by the owners, you know, the people who own them. So we haven't looked at charging them a fee. I mean, I believe this cost is offset by the real estate taxes that they pay.
And the supply boat that you said, is that their boat?
Yeah, this wasn't our boat, yeah, no.
So they, okay.
Well, there is no public transportation to Baker's Island beyond what Essex Heritage runs, which is not allowed to land at the dock.
Understood.
Has to do a
Beach landing.
beach landing.
So we all set with that, everyone with the trash? I mean, the only change is just the escalator, right? Okay. Councilor Hapworth? My good friend tonight? We'll, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the personnel budget in the amount of $81,063.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the engineering trash solid waste disposal personnel in the amount of $81,063, seconded by Councilor Watson Phelps. All those in favor? All those opposed? The matter carries. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the non-personnel budget in the amount of $3,940,535.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the non-personnel expenditures in the amount of $3,940,535, seconded by Councilor Watson Phelps. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect I saw 4 hands plus my own. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the department total in the amount of $4,021,598.
Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the departmental total in the amount of $4,021,598, seconded by Councilor Watson Phelps. All those in favor? All those opposed? The matter carries 5-0. Is that the last one, Anna?
Yes, except for capital, I believe.
Does anyone have any capital questions for either Mr. Knowlton or Mr. Jadoin? Because my phone tells me to say Jadoin, but it's actually, I know it's Joden. Relative to, I went through it real quick, I mean, some truck expenditures, dump truck, backhoe,
I believe,
the good stuff. It's like way in the front.
tab 7, page 266, has a summary of the 5-year capital plan for engineering, engineering general fund, engineering sewer, engineering water, and then for the public services, that's on page 271. But it should be in tab 7, capital improvement plans.
So Dave, you want to hit the highlights? What are you guys asking for?
So a lot of these are recurring, long-term, long-range kind of projects. The Boston Street tip project that we're working on is something we've been working on for a couple of years. And so we want to continue to fund that. It's a project that the city pays for the design and the permitting of the project, and then hands the project over to MassDOT, and they actually bid the project and they provide the construction oversight. So it equates to about a 75-25 split in costs. So it's a good deal for us. The estimated cost right now is about $14 million. So we just need money to keep moving through the design on that. There's some other projects, Essex Street, we're in the middle of construction, but we've used up all the contingency, so we need additional funds to make sure we can complete that project on time and before Halloween. There's a lot of other water and sewer ones that they're kind of recurring every year for a certain amount of money. It's $400,000 for pipe replacement and hydrants and gate valves that we replace. There's water transmission improvements that we want to make, which is the main lines that come out of Beverly from the Salem Beverly Water Supply Board that we want to make improvements on. And then there's distribution improvements that we want to make. So those are kind of all tied up together. There's also McGrath Park soil remediation that we need to complete. That's another kind of a longer range project that we're working on to clean up some additional soil that's there, contaminated soil. And then the transfer station, we need to cap that. We're looking at potentially putting a new DPW facility on that site, and so that's going to increase the cost of capping that landfill, so we can plan to potentially put the DPW facility on that. So there's additional money in there for that, to make sure that we have adequate funds. That's something that we do have a consent order with DEP. They've been pretty reasonable with us right now, but it is something we have to wrap up and make some decisions on and start that process. It's basically an unlined landfill right now. And I think that's it for engineering. On the DPW side, we mentioned there's a front-end loader that we'd like to purchase. It's currently, the current one we have is about 20 years old, so it's beyond its useful life. We also want to purchase a new sign truck for our sign division. That's a 15-plus-year-old vehicle, as well as the water sewer utility truck that we have that needs to be replaced. And I mentioned the DPW facility. We've been working on the planning for a remodel or a relocation of the current DPW facility. Where we are right now on 5 Jefferson Ave is in a floodplain, and it's a really small site. There's only 2+ acres of land that we occupy, and we've done a needs assessment, some planning to really identify what we need. We really need like a 6 to 7 acre site to fit all of the things that we want to do and be safe for all the employees and be able to protect our investments with all of our equipment, store them inside, store them covered. So that's another ask in the CIP to just continue that effort moving forward.
Councilor Watson-Felt.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy. On page 271, under Public Services, there's line item called DPS Building Project combined below, with a future need of $49,565,000. Can you speak to that? Is that what we're talking about? Okay, that's the new building.
Yeah.
Okay. And so when it says future need, do you have any idea how that'll be phased?
We are looking at prioritizing moving out of 5 Jefferson Ave and to a new location, and then leaving the 2 satellite facilities. We have facilities at the Green Lawn Cemetery and also at Mack Park. We would leave them there, but ultimately the plan would be to do a phased building. Phase 1 would be all of Jefferson Ave. Phase 2 would be the other satellites to bring everybody under one roof.
So we could be looking at like a 10-year project.
Hopefully not 10 years.
We need to make a move. The current facility is just woefully inadequate. How much of the square footage we put on for instance, Swampscott Road. Because we're trying to sort through with Weston and Sampson. We have a really solid consultant. And then how do we finance something like that is really, part of our efforts as well, because it's very, very costly. But the current facility is, not up to par with what we need. It's not, doesn't reflect the quality of the workmanship or protect the assets in the way we need to. So we know we need to move, and we're trying to understand how to phase it, what would come first, and frankly, how to make it affordable. Is there any opportunity to partner with some private sector when we think about this facility down here, returning that into a private sector partnership that could help offset some of the costs of the debt associated with a new facility?
So the 250 that's in here for 2023, that gets you moved out of 5 Jefferson?
Well, that would likely get us the plans we need to put in place with Weston and Sampson to sort of sort through what are our choices, what do those moving parts look like, what are the construction specs that would be designed and moving towards construction. I don't know if it would actually pay for the construction specs. It would be like finalize the design, the plan to move forward. And we really need to think about the financing component is obviously the big challenge.
Got it. Thank you.
Counselor, just to add to what the mayor said, we would also be conducting a debt affordability analysis with our financial advisors, and so this funding would help us kind of refine some of those estimates, and based on those different scenarios, we can run some exercises with our financial advisors to understand and help us identify what types of financing scenarios might be palatable or possible.
How would you structure the debt?
Right. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
So nothing more on the wish list?
Oh, there's a lot more on the wish list.
Oh, I know there is. We've had conversations. But, I mean, obviously, the capital plan is a plan that's always in flux. It's how to plan your long-term goals and address them yearly, and obviously sometimes they change, as we just heard. You know, the capital plan is, included an additional $2 million for next year for radios, but now it looks like we're not going to potentially need that. So when we adopt the 5-year capital plan, it's obviously, but when we vote for it, we're voting for what we're going to expend money for this year as opposed to but it's just a forecast so we can better budget and plan for those. So just so everyone understands that. So $45 million is just a wish. It doesn't mean we're going to start figuring out how we're going to start paying for it right now, but but we have to get to the feasibility study to get to that point to actually then have those conversations.
Yeah, and we'll be back before the council as we're working through with Weston and Sampson. Hey, what are these options? What are we looking at? I mean, the one thing we know is the current facility is inadequate, and so we've looked at renovating the current facility and staying put, building a newer facility someplace else. We also have these satellite, needs. It's not like we can't have an operation in Green Lawn, and we still need the space in Mack Park. So these are the things we need to sort through with an idea of what the costs are, and then, of course, how would you structure something like that?
Okay. Councilor Merkel.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy. I see the Old Town Hall restorations and the future need, and just curious of the timeline and how far along those plans are.
Yeah, we're hopeful that we might be able to receive an NEA grant. The planning department and the public art planner has been working with the Public Art Commission and others looking at the feasibility business plan for that space to be a real art and culture hub, and also something that could be rented out, but it needs restrooms and kitchen spaces and things like that. So there is a plan to rejuvenate the building, and a grant has been put forward to NEA. If we were to get it, we've got some money in here to match that, which would be required.
Anyone else? Any more questions about capital? Ray and Dave, thank you so much for sticking it out. I promise I won't call you at 7:15. I might call you at 7:20.
Vote on these?
What's that?
Are we voting on these?
We're not voting. We don't vote on the capital.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We're just talking about the overview, so we go vote on it later.
That's right.
No, we're going to vote on the mayor's budget next, tab 1. And then we're out of here.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate all the
No,
hard work.
Ray, seriously, Dave, thank you for sticking it out. Thank you. Tab 1.
Tab 1.
The mayor's going to talk about her staff and her budget.
This budget is fairly straightforward. You're going to see increases tied to staff increases. We've got upgrades for 2.5% increases for exempt employees, and higher percentages for both Sarah and Dominic, who have taken on significantly more work, both in quantity and in quality. With respect to non-personnel, so there's 2.5% and then 5%. Those are the range, and that's also based on the review of the salary survey information I mentioned previously. With respect to the non-personnel, you will see an increase in the accounting and audit line item, and that has to do with the updated cost we just received for the audit. This includes an audit for the retirement system, the federal single audit, which is a requirement, and the annual city audit that we undertake. That's why there is an increase there, and I believe everything else is fairly one small increase in dues and subscriptions, and that pays for the Welcoming America. We're an officially designated Welcoming America city, and there are additional dues and subscriptions tied to that. I think that's it. Happy to answer any questions you might have. Appreciate any additional inquiries. I should say, like, the office has been absolutely bananas. Like, the last 2 years, we've seen an uptick in the number of people who are calling, the level of, I don't know what the right term to use it is, but there's, anxiety and sometimes real challenges connecting with folks. Some of these are not even people who I think reside in our community. Like, we tend to get some heat on the phone these days, a lot more than we have in the past, tied to the vaccines, the masking, a range of issues that end up in our office. So that affects the frontline staff who are doing a lot of the answering of phone calls and also trying to respond to some of the challenges that people are bringing before us.
So your office fielded 2,500 phone calls in 1 year?
Yep.
Wow.
We had somebody call this week 55 times in 1 day.
And it wasn't me, for the record.
No.
Wow.
Long story. Not a Salem resident, so.
No. Councilman Marcelo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Salem STAT meetings, what is that? What does that mean?
Those are meetings to review data, so we will meet with police and fire and DPS and other departments to review how many potholes got filled, what's the amount of work going on for their calls, how are we with police overtime, like where are the numbers at, so reviewing information around operational performances.
Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Watson-Felt.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy. Mayor, could you speak to why there are certain accounting and audit functions that take place under the mayor's budget versus finance or legal?
Yeah, they've historically been in this budget. They certainly could go someplace else. This is where they landed. The city is responsible for putting out an audit. You all get copies of the audit and the management letter, but it is contracted through my office. The CAFRA is something that we do through the Government Office Finance Association, so that's in there, those comprehensive annual financial reporting requirements. Is there anything else we should point out about that?
It is a point well taken in that there are, and I'll walk through them tomorrow during the Finance Department's budget. There are some other items that the Finance Department pays for, like actuarial services, so it may make sense to potentially at some point combine those. I'm not sure if it's an ordinance-based reason that it's in the mayor's office, but in other department, in the community I was in previously, it was in the Finance Department's budget, all in.
I think they've always been here, Counselor. Like we didn't start this process, so they were here.
No, I think, I 100% believe you. I just wonder, based on the earlier conversation just around sort of aggregate totals and understanding full pictures and all of that, like I think a $72,000 difference in the finance team's budget or legal budget, like that, that's the whole picture. So, I mean, you may consider it for future.
Yeah. I mean, it won't change the bottom line,
Yeah,
but we're dislocated,
yeah.
right?
But just that visibility into what the aggregate cost for services in that department are. Thanks.
Anyone else? Councilor Happer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the personnel budget in the amount of $447,477.
Wow. Councilor Hapworth moves to approve the departmental total for mayor personnel in the amount of $447,477. Seconded by Councilor Watson-Felt. That's why we were chuckling. I read the numbers
2
before we
cents,
leave.
all right.
All those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect it was 4 hands plus my own. Counselor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the non-personnel budget in the amount of $196,200.
Counselor Hapworth moves to approve the departmental non-personnel budget in the amount of $196,200, seconded by Counselor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect it was 4 hands plus my own. Counselor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the department total in the amount of $643,677.
Counselor Hapworth moves to approve the departmental total in the amount of $643,677, seconded by Counselor Watson-Felt. All those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect I saw 4 hands plus my own. And I believe, unless Anna tells me there's something else we got to do, I think we're done.
I just realized that we neglected to do the PEG access fund with the solicitor, so that may need to happen at the end. The public, the cable access enterprise fund that the solicitor.
Can we do that tomorrow when we have treasurer in here?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay,
That
thank
definitely does
you.
not need to happen tonight.
Yeah, that's fine. Just, can you
I definitely will. I will circle that.
fire me an email or a text or something? With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Counselor Watson-Felt moves to adjourn. We stand adjourned. Thank you so much. Can we hit the leave button and end this?